Yeah.
So what time do we have to get
We
here?
try.
How early?
Let me ask. Maybe.
Email today with graduation.
School Board meeting of May 17th to order. We have 6 trustees present. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one heart, one and indivisible.
We will begin tonight with the administration of oath of office for our 2 newly elected trustees, Ann Halsey and Mary Salmi.
Repeat after me.
I, Ann Halsey,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
San Marcos CISD Board of Trustees at large
of San Marcos CISD School Board at large
the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability to preserve,
and will do the best of my ability to preserve,
protect, and defend
defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God. Yes,
Name, by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I
Mary Salmi,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
San Marcos CISD Board Trustee at Large
of San Marcos CISD Board of Trustee at large,
the state of Texas,
the state of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability to preserve,
and will do the best of my ability to preserve,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state,
So help me God.
so help me God.
take a picture with your family.
I want a picture.
Yeah, y'all come up here.
My family, will you please come up here to take a picture?
Take the minutes down.
Thank you.
We'll always know what year it was. We'll always know what year it was.
We'll need a new picture with our new people another time, not today. Congratulations to both of the newly inducted board members. We can move on to our public forum. I have one speaker, Alicia Crumley.
Well, I don't think we're in
I'm sorry? Am I, sir?
Good evening. My name is Alicia Crumley. I have a student that is a sophomore here at San Marcos High School, and I would respectfully ask to address the board tonight regarding the transparency of our current policy with parental grievance filing. My daughter was a varsity cheerleader last year and has the privilege to serve in that capacity again this year. About halfway through the year, there were some pretty egregious allegations made concerning the coaching staff. The parents were never notified of this via any type of school entity. We learned through other parents speaking, and because my child came home and said that her and along other students were pulled from class and questioned, were you ever a subject to or victim of behavior X, Y, and Z, which although she did say that the allegations are false and untrue, they did not happen, I went directly to the coaching staff because I was concerned about them. At this point, I was told by the coaching staff that due to an ongoing investigation, I needed to go to the local campus administrator. I went to Miss Denisha Presley, who has always been very professional and efficient with any academic or athletic venue or issue I've brought to her. But she told me at that time that due to reasons she could not give me, the matter was taken out of her hands and that I needed to contact HR. I made a level 1 grievance to HR in response to the way the incident was handled. I was contacted by Dr. Baez. She did spend quite a bit of time speaking with me on the phone, but when I would ask very directly about the outcome, if there was any documented proof to these allegations, if there was anything to warrant the removal of this coaching staff, what process we would be taking in the future to make sure that we were all in the same loop, I was just told we will be moving in a different direction for the betterment of the students. I trust that this district and this board has the students' best interest in mind. We're actually new members to this district, and we come from a smaller school district, and I moved my daughter to San Marcos because I do believe in the ethical practices. I did do research on surrounding school districts. I wanted her to be, a product of diversity, and I wanted, everyone in her educational and athletic endeavors to be on board. However, the parents are widely left out of the loop. These allegations dated all the way back to the beginning of the school year. And although my daughter says, and several of the squad members says they were absolutely not true, they were made by maybe 1 or 2 of the squad members, the staff were still allowed to supervise these students. They took them to competition for 3 days and 2 nights in Fort Worth, 4 hours away from us, and we were never comprised of the matter as parents. And although if my daughter had said this is happening and these allegations are true, she would not have been allowed to continue under that specific staff's direction or leadership. She was, and if the allegations had been true, I feel like that's a safety issue for our students. I also feel that instead of asking all of the parents and students about these allegations, it was kind of whoever yelled the loudest got the last word. Ultimately, both the coaching staff were removed, but not from all of their responsibilities. They still have interactions in coaching and teaching positions, and I fully support the staff. I believe they were supportive for the squad. It was the allegations of, you said, two members, but for the rest of the parents, it looks like we were not kept in the loop with the grievance policy. We were not made to know that the accusations were made. We were not given the choice to decide if our children were safe under that direction. And for those parents whose students dearly thrived under that coaching staff and did really well, they were kind of taken aback by the sudden removal of this coaching staff. And then you have students now saying, well, why do I even want to try out for this sport or that sport? Because if this person's mom complains or that person's mom, then all they have to do is complain, and that, that coach is going to be, or that teacher is going to be removed. And that's not fair for us to be part of a team that feels like they're, I'm sorry, that's fine.
Your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, the speaker's.
Testing. Can y'all hear me? We'll move on to the superintendent's report. I'll try to talk louder.
Can you get Ms. Pearson to bring in the students? I'll just use my teacher voice. Is that all right?
Yes.
While Ms. Pearson is bringing in the students, we want to take a moment to honor, there it is. We want to take a moment to honor the Superintendent Student Leadership Council. Last year in August, under Ms. Pearson's guidance, we asked our principals and assistant principals for recommendations for students grades 5 through 12 to represent their campuses. There's approximately 40 members of the Superintendent's Leadership Council. We meet monthly and we discuss a variety of topics. Since we have started doing this, we've talked about student voice, remote instruction, the good and the bad. We've talked about the positive media social presence. We've talked about career or college readiness and our career technology courses. We've talked about 4-year plans using school links. We've talked about racial equity. We've talked about Rattler athletics and extracurricular activities. We've talked about teacher and student communication. We've talked about student mentoring programs, namely the Pathway Mentoring Program. We used the Thought Exchange platform, which is a program where kids can give us feedback. We asked the students, what's going well? What should we continue doing in our district? And what should we stop doing in our district? From that, we got some really valuable insight. These young men and young women who represent the district should be lauded. We also want to give a shout out to some local businesses, namely Gumby's and Marco's Pizza, who donated pizza for all of our meetings. We also want to thank our athletic director, Coach John Walsh, our CTE director, Mr. Doyle. We want to thank Ms. Villanueva, our CCMR coordinator, Ms. Presley, our San Marcos High School principal, Christy Wyatt, the Associate Vice Chancellor for Communications and Engagement at Alamo College School District, and Mr. David Abdel, Social Studies District Specialist. I personally want to thank Mrs. Rose Pearson for organizing this and getting it set up and always being a positive role model. It was a challenging year. We started out on Zoom, and these young men and young women are simply amazing in their feedback, candid feedback, and they have already made some significant changes. They don't know this, but parents, you should be very proud of the fact that they are changing the way we interview teachers in HR. We're including race and equity, diversity questions, dealing with difficult topics. They wanted to know that when we hire teachers, that the teachers respect all the students in their classrooms. And so when we asked them questions, they gave us very specific feedback that we're going to be incorporating at some pilot schools. Mr. Massini is out there. He's one of the schools. And Mr. Greathouse over at Rodriguez Elementary will be using some of the questions that came out of discussions that we have had all year with these young men and young women. And I want to thank you, parents, for bearing with us as we navigated this. Again, I'm going to say this. They are truly outstanding individuals. Our district's in good hands with these young men and women. And I'm really proud that I got to learn as much from them as hopefully they learned from us. So just a quick round of thank you.
Beautifully and perfectly. These scholars are just amazing. You all have impacted change, and change it's a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. We don't want it status quo. We want to keep growing and learning. And I just appreciate Dr. Cardona helping me lead this effort. And so I hope that all of you will continue for our second term. And our seniors, we have another surprise for you, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. Dr. Cardona can tell you later.
That's not right.
But thank you so much. We want to take a picture, so if we can get all of the scholars to move in, and if some of them may be up here in the front. Some of the taller kind of towards the back, Aiden, you in that. Maybe Chase, get behind. Yeah. Yes.
Good job.
Want to scoot in a little bit?
Make sure your face is.
All right, we want to see everybody, so make sure we can see your face.
Kirsten, you need to put some of these younger ones in the front.
So we can see their beautiful faces.
We want to see everybody's faces.
There we go. I think that might work.
I know, that's what he wants to do.
Can you
can. We're vaccinated.
You'll never forget this picture, Sebastian. You'll know what year it is.
1, 2, 3. And then I'm gonna get out of the way. Stay there so your parents can take pictures as well.
Can I get a selfie real quick? They already know this is Mrs. Pearson. Does everybody know Mrs. Pearson get a selfie? Yes. What's up, real quick?
Selfie.
Is this the famous Sebastian from Twitter?
This is the famous Sebastian. This is the Rousseau.
I got it. Over here.
Oh, yeah.
Five, 4. Oh, wait.
Get used to it, Sebastian. Kayla, Caleb.
All right, thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks, y'all.
For coming in, guys. Caleb, we'll see you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you. Congratulations.
I want to thank all our students for being a positive force and the parents for bringing them tonight.
Talking about this.
What's your name?
Jalea.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for doing what you do.
The microphone.
Are you gonna?
Mr. Wozniak.
Good evening, President Cantu, Dr. Cardona, members of the board. Doug Wozniak, Director of School Safety. I just want to give you a quick update. We are privileged to announce that we've partnered with Curative to continue our vaccine efforts. And so we submitted that yesterday. I'm waiting to hear from them any day, and they're open to customizing however we want to do it. So we've mentioned mobile sites to the schools, as well as, fixed sites throughout the summer. So that's very encouraging that they want to work with us. They said we're clearly one of their best customers as far as citywide and what we've done with the testing, and so they wanted to take that on with us. So we should begin that work as soon as I hear from them. So that's kind of your latest update. In limbo, right? Still fluid, but we should have something solid this week, knowing exact dates. And we'll continue with, so this Friday, just another update, will be the second round of high school students for Pfizer. So that'll complete their cycle, and then we'll be ready for the 12 and up age range. Yes, Ms. Halsey?
You answered my question. Thanks.
There you go. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wozniak. Madam President, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Okay, then we're going to move on to closed session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Level 3 grievance of Jessica Favella, discussion regarding Director of Special Education position. Confer with attorney regarding Centro contract, and discussion regarding superintendent's employment contract.
Yeah. Too much in there.
The board will reconvene in open session to take action if necessary on the items discussed in closed session. A, Level 3 grievance of Jessica Favella. Do I hear a motion?
Ms. Cantu, I move that the board take no action regarding the Level 3 grievance filed by Mrs. Favella.
I'll second that. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7 opposed, 0. No action. B, consider action regarding Director of Special Education position.
I move that we approve Lisa Frank.
I'll second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve Lisa Franks, and Mr. Arredondo seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Discussion and possible action to approve First Amendment to commercial lease.
Ms. Cantu, I move to approve the First Amendment to the commercial lease between SMCISD and Centro as presented.
I'll second.
Second.
Ms. Halsey moved to approve the First Amendment to the commercial lease between SMCISD and Centro. I heard 2 seconds.
Margie can have it.
Ms. Villalpando
Yes.
will be the second. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7, opposed, 0. Discussion and possible action to approve tri-party agreement between SMCISD, the City of San Marcos, Texas, and Centro Cultural Hispano de San Marcos for a community development block grant-funded project making Centro more accessible and energy efficient through renovation matters incident thereto.
I move.
I second.
Ms. Hanson moves and Ms. Villalpando seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7, opposed, 0. Discussion and possible action to approve memorandum of understanding between SMCISD and Centro Cultural Hispano de San Marcos concerning Centro's award of the City of San Marcos Community Block Grant and matters incident thereto.
Ms.
I
Cantu,
move to approve the MOU between Centro and the district concerning Centro's award of the City of San Marcos CDBG grant as presented.
and I second.
Who did I hear the second from? Okay. Ms. Villalpando made the motion and Ms. Halsey seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Action regarding superintendent's employment contract.
I move that we approve the contract as discussed in closed session.
I'll second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve the contract as discussed in closed session. Mr. Arredondo seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 6. And we have an abstention?
Abstain.
1 abstention. 6 and 1 abstention.
Can we get through the,
We are, I'm sorry?
can we get through the reports?
We're getting to the reports now. Reports, information items, federal programs.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Cardona. My name is Mike Doyle. I'm Director of Federal Programs, State Compensatory Education, and Career and Tech Ed. Tonight, I want to notify the school board and the public that San Marcos CISD does plan to apply for the ESSER III grant. The ESSER III grant, its intent and purpose is it derives from the ARP of 2021. And the funding is to help schools safely reopen and sustain a safe operation of schools and address the impact of coronavirus and the pandemic to our students. Within the grant, and keep in mind the grant has just rolled out, literally like about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. This is just the notification piece. I plan to come back in June once we have our plan established and our grant is actually ready to be submitted through eGrants. We are underway through conducting our needs assessment, and part of that is getting meaningful consultation from a variety of stakeholders throughout our community, businesses, those individuals and those organizations who provide services throughout our community, our parents, our students, and our faculty and staff. So part of the statute of ESSER III is that a minimum of 20% of the total grant goes toward evidence-based and ensuring that interventions go toward the response to students' academic, social, and emotional needs and that learning loss that you hear about. As of right now, the way we've planned, we're well above that 20%. And so we're in the process of finalizing all of our needs assessment through surveys. We sent out student surveys, parent surveys, faculty and staff and stakeholder surveys. We're also conducting small group meetings with department leads through just a variety of organizations, and also plan to address DEIC and also meet with the student group that Dr. Cardona leads as well to get their input. The timeline, like I said, it just came out. This grant has just become available through our school district, through TEA. In May, as you can see, we're having that meaningful consultation, that needs assessment piece. We're in the midst of our grant planning. And again, we're providing that public notice that SMCISD will apply for the ESSER III grant. In June and July, we will complete our ESSER III grant plan, and then submit to TEA through eGrants or ESSER III grant application, and also present again to the school board. With that being said, are there any questions?
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thanks so much. Can you let me know the approximate dollar value that you think we're going to be eligible for?
Absolutely. So it is, it's $16.4 million. And so keep in mind that this grant is very unique. It goes over a 3-year period, and then actually we have carryover that will extend out to September of 2024.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Ms. Chapman?
So good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cardona. This presentation is a request based on some questions from the board, and so I'm going to take you through a few things, and then we can have a discussion at the end. So basically, I want to walk you through our SEL framework. And so one of the things that we really want to be intentional about within our district is the idea of us really grounding ourselves around the 5 SEL competencies. And the outline of all of this is in your board book on page 29. And so we really want to make sure that we ground ourselves around the SEL competencies. And so really being intentional about how we represent and how we acknowledge self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And through that, you'll start to see the work really align to our district systems and being able to recognize how you see it in play throughout our school day and throughout the work that we do. And then next, we'll look at our SMCISD practices and how those are our real core tenets that we use to be able to identify the action of social emotional learning happening within our district. And then we'll review our outcomes and then our road ahead of what are our actionable steps that we plan to take. And so when you look at our district systems, you will be able to see SEL really being a focus around evidence-based common expectations. So how students function within our school day, how our teachers support our students within the school day. We're an AVID district, and AVID has a very strong basis around SEL, and another focus that we really try and connect with, because our whole goal is to be able to increase capacity around lesson planning, discipline, PLCs. And so one of the other questions that was mentioned was our curriculum. So what are we using in order to help support and grow SEL within our district? And so we've adopted a few, and our goal also is to continue to look for additional strategies. But character-first curriculum, conscious discipline at the pre-K campus, we were able to purchase with Region 13 the Counselor's Playbook for middle school. And then also with morning meetings, we utilized the framework of responsive classroom. And so within academics, you can see SEL as a main focus for elementary morning meetings, and then also for counselor-led SEL lessons, and also our advisory lessons where teachers are pushing out advisory lessons for teachers to then be able to support students with their learning. And the whole outcome of that is that we're creating a trauma-informed classroom that helps promote the learning of all of our students. And so some of the things that we're working towards is being more intentional about our SEL strategies that we're utilizing and being able to identify like focus areas where we can truly embed SEL within our instructional day, and also adopting a common SEL resources for all of our campuses. And when we look at climate and culture, we really want to be intentional about our professional development that's led by our SEL counselors, but also our district-wide PD. And we'll tap into that a little bit later as well. And also our community partnerships, because we recognize how community partnerships really support the work that we're doing, but also we're able to anchor back to exactly what we're talking about of continuing to build and ground ourselves around those SEL competencies. And what that does is it builds capacity in our adults to be able to support our students, and also it builds capacity in our adults to be able to continue this, because we all know that SEL is a lifelong skill. It's not something that we learn in elementary and then we stop, or we learn in high school and then it's done. It's a lifelong skill that we're constantly working on, and we're constantly building within ourselves and building that capacity. And so some of our next steps is that we're going to work on being more intentional and broadly promoting our SEL traits and the work that we do around SEL, so that it is more visible and more, just more visible. And then next with parent and community, which is always the key. Some of the things that we're doing, our parent liaisons are really integral to the part of SEL, the work that we do around SEL, and making those connections with our families and being able to create space for families within our school. Our Rattler parent check-in, it's something else that we're wanting to be, now that we've had a year of COVID and an opportunity to learn new things about how to engage with families in a remote setting, but then also face-to-face. So really being more intentional about that piece of how do we check in, and also how do we build capacity within our parents to be able to support our students, and how can we as well gain feedback from them. And the whole goal around that, the outcome, is that we feel more connected and we can promote student health and wellness. And so the goal is always to continue to broaden this work. And so the whole goal of all of this is that you will start to see SEL is so tightly woven into everything that we do, so that it's not a standalone. It's something that we want to ensure that it's not just done in isolation, and that it's not something that we just do for morning meetings, but it is something that we just do throughout our day. Because again, remembering, if you look at those competencies, those are things that we're working on a daily basis. Managing our emotions, understanding our thoughts, being in healthy and supportive relationships. So it's ongoing, and it's not something that we just stop. So next, in your board book on page 30, you'll have our suicide protocol. And so before I dive into that, I really want to make the connection between what we do in response to mental health needs and SEL. So the whole goal is that we build strong relationships. That's always the key. But within those relationships, it's really important to have a strong understanding of trauma-informed practices, and also an understanding of mental health, and blending those SEL strategies to then be able to support our student in the most effective way. And so when you're looking at our suicide protocol in your board book, you'll see the flow of how things go based on need. And one thing that we want to make very clear is that school counselors are mental health professionals and not clinicians. So as we move through low risk, moderate risk, and high risk, it's key for us to rely on our community partners to continue to help with the process. Because as school counselors, we screen for risk. And mental health clinicians will assess and ultimately make those next steps to be able to help families make the next decision with regards to how to respond in this situation. And one of the key things when you're looking at the protocol is to understand that the parent is always a part of the process, and that we want to ensure that they have a voice in how we do things and how we support our students. And then if you move to page 31 of your board book, you're going to see our response to a loss of life. And one of the things that's really key is that how we respond is truly based on the incident. And so we really like to be super intentional about our response and ensuring that it is personalized to the incident and it's not just a one-stop shop. We have to ensure that we are meeting the needs of what's currently happening. And so with that, I'll go over the first time. We always have to identify the extent of the impact, because that then ultimately drives what our response will look like. We determine our counseling needs, bilingual support, traffic assistance, parking. We're determining all of those things in the beginning, and then we move through the area of focus based on those needs. And so looking at counseling support to determine who needs to be in place, who should be there, do we need substitutes in place, making sure that we have support for our employees, and our counselors and our counselor and admin staff. They're working to identify student risk. They're determining next steps. Front office, they're armed with the appropriate knowledge. And ultimately, our campus principal is the lead with all of these things. And they're communicating with their staff, with their student, the school community based on parent permission, our counseling staff. So they're really the head of all of this and making sure that these things flow well. Because ultimately, a campus principal has a good sense of their campus and a good sense of where the needs lie within their campus. And so we try and stick to allowing our campus principals to guide our practice, ensuring that we're meeting all of their needs. And then another question that came about was around professional development. And so for summer, we are going to offer, we did this last summer, we're going to do it again this summer, where we do Celebrate Mind, Body, and Spirit. So we're offering 3 sessions for all district staff around stress and anxiety, trauma-informed practices, and also self-care. Also, Communities and Schools is hosting trauma training for their 5 campuses, and we're working to secure youth mental health first aid training for all of our staff. We offered it 3 years ago. Secondary campuses took advantage of it. The following year, we ensured that all counselors that were new to the district had access to it, and so now we're working with SHAC, our mental health provider in the community, to be able to offer it again for whoever would like to take advantage of that. And then when we get back to school, trauma and mental health, all of the ones at the top, trauma and mental health, SEL strategies, NAMI, Pure Edge, everyone in the district will have access to the training and will be able to participate. As we've worked out the schedule, we've been able to ensure that there's space for all of that to happen. And then at the campus level, which happens, but the role of the school counselor, if they have communities and schools, how does that infuse into the work? And also they'll review their suicide and CPS protocol. And then throughout the rest of the school year, we're continuing to, again, if we go back to that very first slide of SEL being so tightly woven into the things that we do, we have to continue to build capacity. And so monthly SEL staff development that's led by our SEL counselors, continuing with Pure Edge, NAMI, and Hill Country MHDD, they received a grant to be able to offer professional development for students and for staff. And so continuing to work with them to be able to offer that for students and for staff. And then summer plans. So after I'm done presenting, our summer school principals will share the summer programming that they're going to offer, which they will embed SEL strategies and supports for students within our summer school programs. Communities and Schools will continue through the summer. And also T-Chat, we'll still be able to offer that for our families. And the next step with T-Chat, with our telemedicine support, is that we're going to allow parents to start self-referring. So they're going to create information on how parents can be able to identify signs and then self-refer to me for the summer. And then once counselors are back, parents will have access to that as well. So we want to ensure that we're closing the gap with regards to that summer support if needed throughout that time. All right, and that's what I have.
Questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is super helpful, and I appreciate the time that has gone into this presentation. I have two questions, and the first one is, you said that you are working to build capacity with parents. Can you give me some examples of what that means and what that looks like?
Yeah, so one of the things, like I was mentioning, was a Rattler parent check-in. So we started that when we moved into COVID. And that was one of those opportunities to create space for families to ask questions and to seek any type of support. And so next year we're wanting to be more intentional about that. We were able to partner with Rose Pearson to do Facebook Live opportunities so parents could watch it while it was happening and then submit questions or go back later. So that's really been helpful to know that once it's recorded, parents can go back and watch later. So utilizing that technology as a way to be able to keep the message alive. So we did several with NAMI. And so that lives with us now. And so parents can go on. We had a pre-recorded session where we did mindfulness with Pure Edge. And so that's a recording that we now have, and it can continue. So being more intentional about that, and then partnering with Hill Country MHDD.
Okay, thanks. And then my second question is, the professional development opportunities look great, and I'm absolutely entirely in favor of having an integrated approach to incorporating SEL into every part of our school day and program. But what are the requirements for staff in terms of professional development? Because it would seem to me that unless everybody is participating and everybody is bought in on this, that it will have a very uneven and possibly even contradictory result if you have a student that works with one teacher who's very trauma-led and SEL equipped, and then turns around and goes to another teacher who has not taken the training and is not coming at it with that same approach. So how are we doing, and maybe this is a question for the superintendent, but how are we ensuring that the fidelity to this among our staff?
It's the same issue we have with instruction, right? Trying to systematize that so it becomes part of our, can y'all hear me? Yes. So it becomes part of our culture. I will be honest, Pure Edge, we started with teachers first, putting that in place, and certain campuses, namely your elementaries and your middle schools, really bought into that. The high school now is kind of ramping up their training, but it's really the same process we would go through for teaching math that's systematized across the district. But, it's good.
But can we require it during, when we bring teachers back in August? Can we make it, we require a whole day of?
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Yes, and that's exactly what I spoke to Dr. Ruiz-Mills about, is the fact that it will be required. And our principals get it, and they set the expectation for their campus staff, but it will be a requirement that they attend these professional developments, and it's not an option. It's just one of those things, as Dr. Cardona was sharing, that with regards to instruction, if you need to attend a training around Dreambox, that's where you're supposed to be. That's where you have to be.
I mean, that would be my preference as a trustee as we come into the next school year, is that we put SEL front and center, and that we take it, if there's a 360-degree program that everybody is participating in, and is, the first thing when you walk into a classroom, whether or not it's a kindergarten classroom or an 11th grade math classroom, that message is there, and that the more than just the message, but the mantra, right? That the actions are reflected in on the dais up here and in every space across every campus. I mean,
can you clarify, when you said that is required, do you mean that the youth mental health first aid is required? Is that the one day you're talking about?
So that one will be offered during the summer. Teachers have to earn trade day hours in order for requirement. So that one will be offered during the summer. Because it's designed to be an 8-hour training, that would be a full day training. And so now they've moved to online. So we want to offer it during the summer, with the idea that teachers can have an opportunity to access it at their leisure during the summer.
So what I'm trying to understand is what Ms. Ruiz-Mills said, there would be a one-day required training. What are we talking about? What is that one day required?
So let me go back. Let's see. Cool. So those required trainings are going to be the trauma and mental health. So basically what we do, and I'll go through the rest of them. So we take those components of the youth mental health first aid, and we build that in. So we talk about what suicide looks like. We talk about signs of mental the decrease of mental health. We talk about mental illness. We talk about what trauma looks like and how it can be confused for other things. The SEL strategies will be required, NAMI and Pure Edge, those will be required for staff.
So those middle section are the one-day training that's.
Yes, ma'am.
And the rest are all optional?
Ongoing, it'll be on campus. So, and Pure Edge, NAMI, and Hill Country, some of those will be optional because as we have days built in throughout our school year.
Mm-hmm.
So we try and embed as many as we possibly can, but also knowing that we have to find that balance.
We'll also offer Super Saturdays where we focus on SEL. And so now that things are starting to keep some sort of normalcy, we'll be able to go back to that.
Mr. Arredondo, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cantu. Ms. Chapman, thank you so much because this presentation was a direct response to what I and my colleagues requested at our last board meeting, so I appreciate you following up with that request. Although I care and am mindful of what we plan on doing when our faculty and staff come back after the summer and moving forward, my biggest concern is what we're doing in the interim between today through summer vacation and our students returning to campus. Obviously, when we opened the ISD again and pulled all the students back, it was because of that isolation and some of our students not having that engagement. So I don't know if this is a question for what Communities and Schools is going to do over the summer, but what are we going to do to hopefully keep ourselves engaged with our student population through the summer months, right? We know that's a challenge, and unfortunately, historically, I've seen students take drastic action during summer, again, going back to being isolated and removed from the school environment, right? So do we have a plan in place for what we're planning to do over the summer, or is that being developed?
In the next presentation, they will directly answer your question about all the summer programs and all the options that are available for students to keep them engaged and to keep that level of interest there around school, but then also just around just like engaging with friends and being present at school. So Ms. Owens will be able to speak directly to that, and the rest would speak directly to what summer programming will look like.
Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions as well. So, thank you, Ms. Cantu. The beginning of your presentation, you talked about that these are all these evidence-based practices. What I'd like to know is how you're going to evaluate these practices that you've implemented so far to determine if they're being effective.
That's a good.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Was that all?
We can stop there, and then I got more.
Okay, cool. So one of the things that we really like to do, so exactly what you're saying, is to be able to look at the data, to be able to say, okay, how is this working? And so with, especially with regards to school counseling, we always try and look at with regards to attendance, achievement, and discipline. Are we able to decrease those numbers to ensure that students are engaging in school? So all the work that we're doing is centered around those areas of ensuring that students are engaging in school, that they're actively participating, and that we see an increase as far as achievement is concerned. So you utilize that data, but then also, once a student is identified as needing extra support, students are placed into the RTI process. And so data is collected there around their daily behavior report card and how they are performing in the classroom and where that extra support is needed.
You said an acronym. I need you to define it.
Daily behavior report card.
Okay, thank you.
And RTI.
RTI. Oh, I'm sorry.
Response to intervention.
Oh, response to intervention, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, continue.
Okay.
Was that?
Yes.
Okay. So, so you also said that you are trying to weave all of these understanding all of this self-awareness and social emotional learning framework into everything in the school. Does that mean that we don't have a curriculum that we're following that exists outside of our school district, that we've sort of implemented things independently without a standalone, any kind of a curriculum?
Yes. So I spoke to that.
The curriculum that's standalone. Did we ever evaluate any standalone curriculum that are available?
Yes, so I've mentioned that. So character first curriculum, conscious discipline at pre-K, the counselor's playbook for middle school, and then also we utilize the framework from Responsive Classroom for morning meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, where is that in the presentation?
On page 29.
Oh, I didn't go far enough, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Our principals. They're young.
Present. Sorry. Okay, good evening, board. Dr. Cardona, we are here tonight to talk to you about the different summer learning opportunities that we are providing to the students that attend the San Marcos schools. Tonight, we have each of the summer learning program principals here to discuss the details, the enrollment priorities, and the enrollment updates for each of the programs. We have an early childhood learning program that is targeted towards our English language learners. We have a program at the elementary level, the middle school level, and the high school level. First, I would like to introduce Hilda Bazladua, who will discuss the early childhood learning program that will take place at Bonham.
Sorry, Ms. Cantu, could I ask that each person who's presenting, because I don't think I know everybody, and I know that our summer principalships are often designed to help coach, correct? Am I right on this? That help coach our staff into higher leadership roles, and so I think it would be helpful for the board to know what you're currently doing, and so that'll help me. I know some names without faces. So.
Nicely, thank you. Well, good evening. It's great to be here. Yes. And I'm sorry, board, to restate, my name is Amber Owens. I am the Director of Instruction and Campus Support.
Yes, and my name is Hilda Bazaldua. I am currently the Assistant Principal at Rodham Pre-Kindergarten, and I will be serving as the principal this summer for our English Learner Program. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. Thank you. So a little bit about our English Learner Summer School Program at Rodham. Our instructional dates are from June 9th through July 2nd. Monday through Friday from 7:45 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. Those are set instructional hours of 120 total, as set by TEA, Section 29. Our description, we have any current pre-K or kindergarten English learner will be invited to participate in summer school at Bottom. During our program, students will engage on hands-on learning and exploration through play and our STEAM framework. Not only that, but they'll have an opportunity to build social-emotional skills through our SEL lessons that are going to be provided by our school counselor. Our goal is to develop rich vocabulary, again, through collaborative and play-based learning. So our requirements are that any limited English proficient student is invited to participate, and it is on a voluntary basis with an 18-to-1 class ratio. Our projected enrollment this summer is to have 90 students. We currently have 8 bilingual certified teachers, 2 instructional assistants, 1 principal, 1 assistant principal, along with 1 nurse and 1 counselor. It is worth noting that in years prior, we have collaborated with Texas State Play and Inquiry through their early childhood education program. But as you can imagine, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected that class, and that course was not offered this year, and subsequently did affect our program for this summer. And so we anticipate for our partnership to be reinstated this upcoming 2021-2022 school year.
Next up, we have Cecilia Reyes, who will be the principal of the elementary learning program that will take place at Hernandez. One thing to note before we go through the elementary and the 2 secondary programs is that they all will maintain the exact same schedule. Teachers will report on June 7th. That will be when they have their 2 days of planning, the 7th and 8th. They will work with the district curriculum specialist in April on the curriculum and the instructional focus and the SEL focus for those 14 academic days that will take place from June 9th to July 1st for the students. The teacher's workday will be from 7:30 to 11:30, and the student will attend from 8 to 11, Monday through Thursday only. You'll see that on each of the elementary slides as we go through. It will have those dates that you can reference. In response to Texas State not participating in the partnership and being able to bring on monolingual students for the pre-K and K program, we have responded by including kindergarten on the elementary summer learning program. So Cecilia Reyes is here to talk about the details and the updates as it relates to elementary.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Cecilia Reyes, and I'm currently a 4th grade teacher at Hernandez Elementary. I will be serving as the principal of the elementary summer learning program. Our enrollment priority is going to be the bottom 10 percentile in the reading and math NWA MAP screener. The second one is students that earned less than 70% on any interim report. The third one is the attendance credit recovery students who didn't meet the 90% state requirement. The fourth one is open enrollment. We are open to all students in the district going into kindergarten or through 5th grade. And the fifth one is acceleration. We did, just like she said, open our enrollment to the most recently adding the pre-K students and coming to kindergarten. Our faculty consists of 28 classroom teachers, 1 special education co-teacher, 1 dual language special education co-teacher, 1 counselor that will be focusing on social emotional learning, 1 nurse, 1 assistant principal, Mr. Dominic Lape, and then myself, the principal. Our current enrollment is, we currently have 343 students that have enrolled that we will serve in our program, and we also have a waiting list of students pending teacher availability.
Next up, we have Martha Gilmore. She will discuss the different learning programs that will take place for middle school students at Goodnight. She will discuss the academic piece and then the acceleration piece.
Good evening, Dr. Cardona and honorable board members. Welcome on board, new board members. My name is Martha Gilmore, and I am currently a special education teacher at Goodnight Middle School, and I'm honored to serve as your summer school middle school principal. Okay, to draw your attention to our, let me go ahead and move it. Okay, middle school summer learning program, our enrollment priority is credit recovery. Students who earn less than 70% at this semester. Attendance credit recovery, this is for students who didn't meet the 90% attendance requirement and need additional engagement time. And we're excited to also offer a 5th grade bridge camp. This is for incoming 6th grade students who are taking advanced mathematics, but it's open enrollment for all 5th grade students who wanna enhance their math skills. All programs are open enrollment and they are for all students. And the caveat for this summer is that we are opening asynchronous learning opportunities. Our platform is to use credit recovery is Ingenuity. And our faculty, we have 25 teachers, which 17 have already committed. We're still looking for more. We have 2 instructional assistants, 1 counselor, 1 principal, 1 clerk, and 1 certified nurse assistant. The next slide just talks about the 5th grade bridge camp. It just breaks it down in more detail. It talks about the criteria and what we use to look for those students. But again, it's for all 5th grade students, and we are really excited to having them in the middle school this year. This slide, it's just to reiterate, we're offering credit recovery for attendance, and we're offering credit recovery coursework in focusing on the core areas, ELA, math, science, and social studies, and students who did not meet high school credit, as well as Algebra 1 EOC. We would like to assist our students to meet state requirements at the end of July.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that we are also making sure that looking at the state data for that Algebra 1 end-of-course exam so that we can send out personal invitations to the students that didn't meet that requirement. Next up, we have Mr. Thomas Dubner, who is leading the San Marcos High School summer learning programs.
Good evening, Dr. Cardona, members of the board. My name is Thomas Dubner, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be an assistant principal at San Marcos High School for the last 2 years. This summer, I'll be the principal of our summer session. I'll be following the same calendar, as the colleagues previous to me have mentioned. To go into the enrollment priority for our summer session, we'll begin with our 2021 cohort. Any seniors who do need additional opportunities to graduate on time with their peers at the end of this summer. Following that, as we continue to get our data back from the state, we'll be contacting students and families to enroll them in our end of course accelerated instruction, making sure they know those opportunities exist. After that, any students who are interested in our credit recovery opportunities with a focus on students who are off cohort at the moment to try to get them back on cohort. And finally, any students who wish to participate in any acceleration opportunities that we do have. And there are many juniors at this moment who are signed up for EcoGov to try to get one thing knocked out before their senior year. On the next slide here, oh, my apologies. I do want to give a shout out before we move on to the 19 faculty members who have, despite a trying and tiring year, who have extended their devotion to Rattler Nation by committing to teach our summer school session. We also have certified medical assistant, Kristen Rocha, Art Mendez, who will be our counselor, Yolanda Muskies, who will be the assistant principal, all working to ensure the success of our Rattlers this summer. Here we have the enrollment numbers. As these numbers have been updated since the submission of this presentation, I'll direct your attention away from the PowerPoint as I read to you the current enrollment numbers. We have 170 students signed up for credit recovery. Currently, we have 24 students signed up for end of course exam boot camp. And again, this number will continue to grow as we reach out to families and get results back. We have 57 students signed up for acceleration, which totals about 247 students who are currently poised to join us this summer. At that point, that concludes my portion. I just want to thank you again, and I'll pass the mic on to Dr. Zunker, the coordinator for special education.
Hi, my name is Laurie Zunker. I'm a special education coordinator. Thank you for letting me join today. I'd like to thank my colleagues for discussing the summer school learning program. I think it's important to note that this summer learning program is also open and available to all students who receive dyslexia services, in addition to all students who receive special education services as well at the pre-K, elementary, middle school, and high school levels. The summer learning programs are different than the extended school year services that I'm going to discuss here. The ESYS is an individualized program for eligible students with disabilities. An ARD committee will come in and review data to determine if the student meets the criteria for ESYS. There's two ways that a student can meet the criteria. The first one is if the student is demonstrating signs of regression, and whether it's after a summer break, winter break, or spring break, and the student is unable to recoup these skills within a 6 to 8 weeks period, then the student would meet eligibility criteria. The second way is if the student requires maintenance of skills throughout the summer in order to maintain progress in the fall. Currently, we have 47 students who meet their eligibility criteria for ESY, and so that is our ESY program. It's going to be a 6-week program within the summer.
It'll be hosted at Hernandez.
Yes, it'll be held at Hernandez and also at the high school for elementary and middle school and high school students. We also have the Texas State Autism Camp. This is a hosted program through Texas State. It's online. It's going to be virtual for all students for all students who have autism. This is going to be a free session. It's available to the community. The Texas State is offering 4 sessions throughout the summer. And then lastly, we have the COVID compensatory services. This is provided to all eligible students receiving dyslexia and or special education services. An ARD committee or a 504 committee will determine services, and whether due to the pandemic, the student has lost critical skills, then they are eligible to receive COVID compensatory services. We provided 4 Saturday school sessions in May, and then we're also going to provide some in the summer as well. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
On the Texas State Autism Camp, are the students, I mean, have we done this before virtually, and are the students responding? Because I find that hard to understand.
Right. Typically, prior to the pandemic, we would host it. They would come to our campus, and our students who met the eligibility for ESY, we would offer, and they had autism, we would offer them and send them to the autism camp. But yes, it would be in person prior to the pandemic. But due to the pandemic, I think Texas State has opted to make it virtual.
And so they're going to have our staff there to assist the students? Or?
No, it's a program specifically held and completed by Texas State. They will have trained camp counselors that are provided through them, and they will incorporate any kind of therapeutic or educational goals, provide any kind of instruction, but it's all going to be virtual. It's all through Texas State. We don't have any of our staff that are participating in that.
So it's at the child's home virtually, not at our schools?
That's correct. Yeah, the student is at home receiving the services virtually through Texas State.
Thank you.
Ms. Mejia, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I saw that the high school mentioned the total amount of students that are going to be getting, that are currently going to be enrolled for credit recovery. Do we have like numbers for elementary and also middle school? I'm sorry for putting you all on the spot.
The deadlines aren't.
We do have numbers for elementary and we do have numbers for middle school. As the state just released the end of course exam data, that's what we're looking at, because we do have all of our 8th grade students enrolled in Algebra 1 and we do have some 7th graders. So as we're looking, we know that that is going to be one of the courses that will have the highest enrollment for course recovery due to the percentile being less than 70% on the semester or anticipated to be less than 70% for the year, and the kids that did not meet that state requirement. So that's the first priority for 8th grade for middle school. We also have a pretty high number of high school students that will be participating in that as well. For credit recovery for elementary, the number is very low because our students, we make sure that we are doing whatever it takes to set them up for success. We understand that the pandemic has affected families and homes, and that SEL piece was such a huge focus at the primary level that we have really not a need for credit recovery. We've tried to recoup through the asynchronous learning plan that we put forth at the beginning of the year. For middle school, it's a little bit different just because of we're already taking high school credit courses, and then high school's numbers vary just based on those courses. A lot of our recovery is based on attendance, but I want to let you know that the middle schools and high school have worked nonstop to reach out to parents to have students participate on Edgenuity to earn attendance credit or coursework credit throughout the year. So every single period, the first 9 weeks, second 9 weeks, third 9 weeks, students had an opportunity to make up that coursework or make up that attendance that already we were seeing as a red flag. So we don't anticipate the number to be too high. We still are reaching out to families. We can provide you with a specific breakdown if you would like that per grade level for the secondary levels.
Yes,
Ms. Mejia, Ms. Mejia, just as a parent, let me just explain also that a lot of the deadlines to enroll in the summer programs aren't passed yet, so there's still an opportunity for students to enroll, and we haven't seen end of course exams at various grade levels yet to determine if that's necessary. So it's still in flux in a lot of households, I think.
We had our first kind of benchmark because we have to give transportation and child nutrition a ballpark number so they can start planning services for our students. But each week we're adjusting that number as we get more data from the state and as we're looking at the end of year.
Cool. And then my next question is, can you provide me enrollment numbers for credit recovery from the past 2 years for elementary, middle school, and high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I gesticulate over here. First, I want to thank you all for committing to doing this after such an eventful past 18 months, right? So y'all coming back here is tremendous, and I can't express my gratitude. So thank you for continuing to give back to the children of the ISD. Similarly to the questions of my colleague, Trustee Mejia, just doing the math, I might not have heard what the middle school enrollment projection is, but right now I have 727 without middle school in there. So do we have I know it's a moving number, but do we have a total enrollment for middle school as of right now?
Yes, we have an update as of today.
Yes, hello again. Yes, we do have an enrollment. Like you said, it is changing. We have a projected, and it's preliminary. For Goodnight, for the bridge camp, we have a 67 count. For Miller, 131. That's projected that we're inviting, and we're opening it for all. We just started getting the applications in, and so we're keeping track of that. For credit recovery, for Goodnight, we have 95 students and 32 for Miller at this time. For credit, that's for attendance. For credit recovery coursework, we have failed 4 or more. That we are hoping 216 students we're hoping they come in from Goodnight and 149 from Miller. We have, however, recovered credits throughout the year. As soon as the students came back face-to-face, we have been offering Saturday school. We have study hall time. We have Wicker time before and after school. So it's been challenging, but we have garnered, from Goodnight, we've garnered 153 credits. And from Miller, we've garnered 20 and still counting. As far as the Algebra 1, we just got preliminary results last Friday, and we're disseminating that information. And we have a number of retesters that we're going to need our help, 123 from Goodnight and 91 from Miller. As far as asynchronous learning, we do have the numbers. We have 82 at Goodnight and Miller 55, but we're opening it not only for the criteria that we had been offering, we're going to open it up for all. So those are the numbers I currently have for a face total value of 563 students total.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up question, Ms. Cantu.
And Mr. Arredondo, we also have students that are still working through those modules on Edgenuity, so we have teachers that will be giving us updated numbers on students that fall off that list that have earned credit for completing those Edgenuity modules.
Thank you. And so the reason why I asked that, I understand it's a moving target and students are completing modules now. My concern isn't how many students are participating in credit recovery. It was just trying to understand the size of our summer programming, right? Like what projected enrollment might be. And so I apologize if these numbers are off, but what I'm looking at is about 1,300 students could potentially be in our ISD facilities through the summer, which I think is a tremendous feat to yet be accomplished, but I have all the faith in y'all to pull that off. Obviously, I want to see more students, knowing that staffing constraints play a big part of that. So can you explain to me the social media postings that I've seen where it has been stated that there are deadlines to apply for these programs? It says, you know, this upcoming Friday is a deadline. And so I understand food service, child nutrition, transportation needs some preliminary information, but are you saying that those deadlines are not really deadlines because additional students might be added to that? What does it mean when I see on Facebook there's a deadline for a program and I'm a parent and I see that? Does that mean my window is closed?
It does not mean the window is closed. We have benchmarks and checking points, again, so that we can provide the support services, the information that they need so they can route to bring students and bus them to campus, so they can provide the meals, so they can staff their departments to be able to provide the services for our students and the meals and transportation that's required. We also are at capacity for right now for hiring. We are having a hard time recruiting teachers to come on board, and so we are having a waiting list. And so based on the teacher availability and willingness to work during the summer learning programs, we're checks and balances. And so we are willing to take more students as we get more adults willing to run those programs and work. But it's still open. We are still open. We're still taking applications. If we don't have the staff for it, we're putting a waiting list, and we're trying to be creative and thinking about other ways that we can engage them through asynchronous learning models and recommended summer learning plans.
Okay, and just as a clarification before, because I know I cited social media, Andrew, sorry, is that I've seen it on numerous platforms, right, that there's a deadline for this program or a deadline for that program, and it's not just from social media, it's from email notifications to parents, et cetera, but obviously at first pass, you see a deadline, it passes.
Sure.
A deadline is a deadline, right? So is there clarification going out to families that deadlines are fluid, or what does that look like?
Yes, sir. So that was what I was going to speak towards, is there's going to be secondary communication. What we wanted to do was just get information out to families and let them know, hey, the sooner the better to get signed up. So we put a deadline so that we know the immediate demand. And so what Ms. Owen spoke to, we know how many child nutrition staff we need, how many meals we need. So that's what the initial communication was. There is going to be secondary communication throughout the next few weeks to let them know of ongoing programs that they're being discussed tonight.
Okay, and my last one for now, Ms. Cantu, sorry. I heard from a parent or two that during the ISD reopening the second time, this most recent time, that there were some students who missed the window for transportation for the first week. I think you needed to contact transportation if you needed a bus ride by X date. And so like that first week of classes, there were some families who had to find transportation because they missed the deadline. Individually, that was very frustrating to hear. And so I understand that transportation and child nutrition needs preliminary numbers to do their job. I really hope that those types of deadlines we are flexible with families on, making sure that students get to these summer enrichment programs. I mean, if it takes modifying a bus route over the weekend, I hope that with our recent pay raises and things like that, that they all know that we're in this together, right? And getting students back on campus should be our first priority. So as a team, I just wanted to speak to that because, again, there might have been one or two instances. I don't think it's the exception to the rule, right? But even those two instances were too many for me individually. So to all of y'all, hopefully there's no transportation issues.
Well, as a reminder, we asked parents if they could send their kid not on the bus, but we did put a deadline in. So we did ask them we tried to limit the number of kids on the bus.
Yeah, I understand.
Dr. Salmon?
Yeah, I was wondering what you're doing to address obviously the need for teachers is extremely important, and I've spoken to several teachers who are personal friends who have said that they would not be willing regardless of the pay. So what are we doing to address that wait list? How are we going to get the teachers that we need? Are there additional things that can be done to reach out to find the staff we need to provide this kind of service, the services you're talking about, so we don't have wait lists?
So we increased the pay for the summer learning programs for the professional staff and for the hourly staff that are not professional. We have sent out communication on different platforms, and we are also just really trying to utilize our relationships with the staff and personally going out and recruiting and asking and talking about the need. We also have some tutoring opportunities for our students. So I was going to talk about that later. We're not quite done with our presentation, but we have tutor.com that's still available for all of our students, K-12 and English and Spanish. We also have Miss Eileen Fowler, who will be looking to hire about 40 tutors that will be located at the different meal distribution sites to work with our students and provide that tutoring support that they need. And so we're trying to look at alternative measures. We're also providing families with a recommended summer learning program, recommended schedule that will have a choice board of aligned activities for students to engage in that are aligned to the TEKS for that particular grade level. Also, they will have access to the adaptive programs that they have been utilizing throughout the year, and we'll be giving recommended schedules for that. We have bilingual education, so I'm going to go ahead and let them go and talk about their portion.
Good evening, Dr. Cardona and Board of Trustees. My name is Monica Valadez, and I'm the Director of Bilingual and ESL Education. I'm here as moral support for my colleague. This is a supplemental program. Dual language students are also participating in the Hernandez Elementary, so this is a supplemental program that we've run the last couple of years, so Ms. Juarez will talk a little bit about it.
Good night, Dr. Cardona and members of the board. My name is Georgina Juarez. I am the District Dual Language coach, and I am the lead teacher for our dual language bridge camp called Creciendo Juntos en Español 2021. This summer session will focus on Spanish language development, both receptive and productive proficiencies. It will be a virtual camp, thematically planned and project-based. The program is open to students in dual language, kinder through 4th grade, and half of the spaces will be reserved for students who qualify for dual language by federal law, and half will be reserved for students who participate in dual language by choice. We are accepting up to 80 students into the program. The dates and schedule of the programs are last week of July and first week of August, Monday through Thursday, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Thank you.
Next, we have Eileen Fowler, who will talk about the different Gear Up camps.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Cardona and Board of Trustees. My name is Eileen Fowler. I'm the Director of AVID and Post-Secondary Readiness for the district. So tonight I'm going to go over and highlight some of the college and career exploration and enrichment activities that Gear Up is going to be doing in conjunction with UT IPSI and San Marcos High School. So over the next 3 slides, you're going to see some entries on each activity. If it is highlighted yellow, that means that that activity has met capacity and they are no longer taking registrations for that activity. If it is green, they still have room, and so the enrollment is still open. You will also see designations for in-person or virtual or overnight, and that's how the students will be participating in the activity. And the information regarding all of these activities went out through the coordinator starting May 7th, and that was through the Gear Up emails, through Signalvine, and also through the Canvas communication. I do want to let you know before we get into it, the overnight stays are something that they are working with all aboard tours with. Those are the transportation charters that we're working with UT. They have already met with Mr. Wozniak and to make sure that our COVID protocols are all in alignment and that everybody is capable of taking the test. So the coordinators will be certified to give the COVID test to each student every morning, and then there's a protocol that they also do. So going through some of these activities in June, this is our current 10th graders going into 11th grade. It's our class of 2023. The coordinators for this cohort are Ms. Megan Mossman and Ms. Greer Del Rio. The first activity is going to be the Texas A&M Corpus Christi trip with the aquarium in the USS Lexington. The next one will be an Animal World and Snake Farm visit. Again, that's for students that are interested in animal science. The University of Texas College of Education, dealing with social justice, PE, social studies, and writing. That's going to be a virtual activity. That is actually open up to everybody. The Texas A&M Construction Science Academy will also visit Dallas Cowboy Stadium. That's going to be 3 days virtual and then 2 days in person. In July, we will have the University of Texas Dell Medical Camp. That's going to be our health sciences camp. That will be a virtual activity. And then in August, we have the University of Houston and Rice visit with the Museum of Natural Science and the zoo visit. The last thing that we'll have, this will be held at the high school, is the Junior Jumpstart, and that will be August 16th through the 20th, and it'll have a leadership retreat and a scholarship boot camp. Again, that will be in person. So some of these activities continue across each cohort. So something that is different with the 9th grade cohort, which is the coordinator for this cohort is Mr. Amadeo Villanueva, is the one-to-one creativity camp. That's a graphic design camp. And with these camps, the coordinators try to contact students that are in these classes in high school. So really trying to get them real life experiences and activities that go with classes that they're taking in high school. Again, the Texas A&M Corpus Christi trip, however, this one will be also to Coastal Bend College because this is our early college high school cohort. They have a visit to Rice University and Texas Southern University. The UT College Education and the Dell Medical School camp is the same. The Texas A&M Construction Science Academy is also the same as the one prior. And then Baylor University and then the University of Texas in Arlington visit, and that will be an overnight trip. The last one is our current 8th graders, which will be the incoming 9th grade class. Their coordinator is Brittany Posey. And again, they will be doing the one-on-one creativity camp. Something different with this group is that they will be going to the Rice University and Texas Southern University. They also will have the UT Jackson School of Geosciences camp. And then they will also have an early college high school summer bridge that will be here in person at the high school, July 27th through the 29th. Again, the UT Medical camp Texas A&M Construction Science Academy, and then the Baylor visit will be the same.
Good evening again, Board. Mike Doyle, CT Director. So we're excited to be able to bring back our CT Career Exploration Camp that we've done in the past. It's great days to hear this. It's actually not dual language, it's for our bilingual students, working in conjunction with Nicole Dre and Dr. Valadez to find those bilingual students who will pair it with our CT teachers to offer a variety of programs, enrichment programs. It's a great way for our elementary school students to explore the career and college opportunities that they have here at San Marcos High School. Get a great opportunity to see the STEAM Center as well. We pair over a 3-day camp 3 CT teachers with a bilingual teacher, so that way they can teach those students and they have a take-home product. We also incorporate our arts programs within this camp as well. And it's not on the slide, but I did want to mention too that we are also, again, very happy to announce that we're bringing back our teacher externship program in conjunction with Rural Capital Workforce Grant and our Chamber of Commerce. We're open to 10 teachers that we will conduct that externship in June.
And on the bottom of this slide, you'll see our Rice Tapia Virtual STEM Camp. We began a partnership with the Rice Tapia STEM Camp back in 2017, starting with 4 students, and now we're up to 31 students. And this year, students will get to focus on different topics such as the engineering design cycle, computational thinking skills, and also mathematics. And they'll have opportunities to interact with STEM professionals and the STEM professors at Rice University.
Before we move to the next slide, I just want to clarify, in your board book, it said CTE Exploration for Elementary Bilingual. It actually is a dual language program, so there will be a balance of English native speakers and Spanish native speakers in that program. So I confused Mr. Doyle by changing it here and not telling him that. So, okay. And then 2 enrichment opportunities that we're really excited about are aligned with our redesigned schools, Travis, Goodnight, and Miller. And the 2 middle schools are teaming up together. We're running pilots right now, spring pilots at each of these 3 schools. If you remember, the tenets of the school redesign is grounded in blended learning, social emotional learning. And as part of that, we've been running spring pilots, and so these programs will be continuations of that. We're putting a research and design process to the work. So the difference in the summer is that they will incorporate a project-based piece to it, and that will help inform the next steps for instructional design starting in the fall. So the program is limited to the students in the current pilot classrooms, and the teachers that are running the pilots are the teachers in those programs as well.
We spoke a little bit about the opportunities available for students that cannot participate face-to-face due to parents' work schedule or medical reasons. So we will be releasing that recommended summer learning plan for any student who wants to work asynchronously at the primary level, and then Edgenuity will be open for all secondary students that cannot attend face-to-face. SEL is something that we believe in. It is a way of doing business day to day at the schools. The principals have assured us that the teachers will be utilizing morning meetings. They will be using the mentoring and the lessons that the counselors will utilize as they rotate through the different classrooms will be SEL focused. We will also utilize that blended approach so that students have the interactions that they need and that will help them to thrive. And that concludes our presentation.
I'd like to say that this was a great report, and I would like some feedback in August as to how our numbers went, that we have the students that we wanted to have there, and how many credits were regained. I would love to see that in August. Ms. Halsey, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I had one question and a couple comments. I think also this is a super robust program, and it really diverse and coming at different issues in different directions, and I appreciate that, and really working to facilitate students' needs on campus and also out in the community, which I think is great. One question I had was, it was mentioned that we are no longer partnering with Texas State at the Bonham camp, and I thought at some point that there was a cost associated with attending that play-based camp for some students at Bonham in the past. Was that true?
The students that enrolled in the program with Texas State specifically, they did charge their students a small fee to join, but as SMCISD students, it was free to them.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that none of the programs that we've talked about tonight will cost any of our students anything. Great. So that's my first question. And then my second parts are just really comments. I think having the tutors go out to the sites where we bring meals is terrific. I think it would also be great if they not only worked on doing remediation, but also enrichment activities. I think so many families are looking for things to do that are fun for their kids during the summer, and if there are projects and such that are there that are both learning, educational, and fun to do, I think that would be awesome. And my other point is that I know last year when we started bringing back students for extracurriculars, for athletics and for dance and et cetera, that we were providing transportation. And I think if we can do that again this summer, for any students coming back for any of those extracurricular activities that start in late June, July, that just opens up participation, and those programs are also really important to kids staying engaged in school and socially and emotionally healthy. And so if we can provide transportation for all of those activities, I'm absolutely for it.
Anyone else?
I do have a question. Is transportation, excuse me. Is transportation provided for the summer school students? Thank you.
Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I spoke briefly with Dr. Cardona about this at a recent in-person meeting with him. I know, obviously, we're not only asking staff to return during the summer, but we're also asking students to return, and that in and of itself might be a challenge. Mr. Superintendent, this might sound silly to say, but is there any way that this board can allocate funds to incentivize participation in not only credit recovery, but these summer bridge camps or enrichment camps? I mean, not incentives financially, right, but like a culminating field trip somewhere, or something that is more robust, as in, you participate in 3 weeks of summer school, we take you to, the Bob Bullock History Museum in Austin if it's open, or whatever that looks like. Is there a way that we can academically incentivize participation in these summer enrichment?
I think if you look at the principals, they have some of that built in, I think, or they're planning on it. And I think Mr. Barton had made a comment at agenda prep, we don't want money is not an issue for summer programming. The board doesn't need to, agendize anything. I think we will take care of whatever the principals determine that they need to do and get them out and about. As you can tell by the Gear Up, that wasn't around 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I think they're working to make it enriching.
Yeah, well, even the several hundred students who are, going towards credit recovery, right? I understand that is an arduous task because there was already an issue of why they didn't get credit the first time, right? And that speaks to engagement and motivation and life and all the things, right? So at every level, I just hope that the message is getting across, whatever it takes, there's support to do that and accomplish that, right?
Innovate in the innovative corridor, right?
Yes.
Yes, we
Thank
agree.
you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Ms. Owens,
Thanks,
you did
all.
great. Good job. Ready for a construction update?
I'm not. Are we skipping high school?
She's in her office right now.
We're going to construction.
Ms. Presley? We'll just flip them real quick.
Okay. But she's on the agenda, number D.
Yeah, she's coming.
Where people should go home. Those are the ones that we're presenting right now. Go home.
It'll be quick. First, you need to get off social
I
media.
guess some of my colleagues didn't want to hear about construction in the district. But that's okay.
They
That's all
saw the
right.
slides already.
I know y'all want to hear it, so. Well, good evening, Board President Cantu, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cardona. I'll be sharing with you the May construction update. As we've talked about in previous months, the budget remains hovering around the just under the $5 million mark. Y'all have heard me talk about it before, the menu of options that we're going to bring to y'all, and we expect to have that more than likely at the realistically at the July meeting with some dollar amounts, and we'll also have legal counsel here to present to y'all with what we can and cannot do with those funds. But we'll have some projects, much needed projects within the district, taking advice from everybody in the district, including y'all, on comments y'all have made before, and we'll put that before y'all to make a decision. Let's go into Miller. As you can see there, last month we were talking about Miller Middle School and the progress that we've made. I can tell you that phase one is the phase that we're in right now, which is the new admin, the new band hall. It's looking incredible. Unfortunately, that 5/21 date, which is this Thursday, is probably not going to be met. And let me explain. So last month, I had talked about everything on the left, that the goal was to get a temporary certificate of occupancy on May 6th and 7th. We were going to move furniture in and set it up on the 10th and the 10th to the 12th. And then the 7th through the 21st, this week, we'd start moving staff over, all in an attempt to get Weber access to the areas that we need in order to be complete by the end of August. What we were able to accomplish is we did get a permit, but only to put furniture in. We didn't get a certificate of occupancy. We call it a stocking permit to put furniture in. So we were only able to get it on the band hall and the ensemble room. Those are complete. So we were able to move furniture last week. It's not set up. It's just stored in there because we had to honor a commitment we made to the furniture company. So the plan is that after June 3rd, once school dismisses, we'll be able to set up furniture and move all the staff. But before we do that, we'll make sure that Weber has completed all the punch list items, because last time we did this, we had staff move in, and we had some punch list, and we had some just messes being made after staff had set up their room, teachers had set up the room. So we want to avoid that this year and set it up and make sure that the room is 100% when they get back in August. There are some pictures. I'll do the April through May. That's the entryway. As you can see, the picture on the right, we've got the limestone set. We got the sidewalks in, the porch in. That right there is the ceiling library. If you're looking from the entryway out to the left, you can see there's a colored glass wall that is a very nice touch that the architect put in. Also the lights, the ceiling has been completed on the office and library. That's looking last month at the parent liaison, the librarian office, and then as of last week, that's the look. That wall is going to be lit up. It's going to be very nice, and that's probably standing right in the middle of the library. The ensemble room, like I talked about, is complete. The admin offices, looking down that. Now, one thing about it, too, that I failed to mention is that a lot of the admin offices are done. They're ready to be moved in. The problem was we had the band hall on the left, which the band hall was done, the ensemble room, the choir room, and then we had all extreme to the right was the admin offices, which were done, but the library, which was a central point where we had to get people around, movers around, we couldn't get it done. So that's the sticking point. But as far as labs over on the right-hand side or all the way to the right, the millwork's in, they're ready to go. So that was Miller. Let's talk about DZ. DZ, a lot better shape. Looks like we're going to be on time with that May 30th delivery date from Bartley Cock. Last week we've got inspections completed behind the walls, above the ceilings, so you're going to start seeing walls coming up and walls being put up and ceilings being covered in the library. That's the phase that we're in right now. And like I've talked about before, the kitchen is making a lot of progress. Getting in there early was key to getting everything done by the return of students in the fall. Some of the items, like I said, a lot of work that's been done in the library. I've got some really nice pictures I'll show you. The other thing is the walk-in coolers. The kitchen is getting some walk-in coolers, so we had to put some beams and piers on the outside of the kitchen to support those coolers. And then over the next 30 days, we'll have the AV system installed. Actually, it'd be less than 30 days now, but AV system will be installed at the library. A lot of work in the kitchen still. We've got the marquee sign up. It's not finalized. It's being tested tomorrow. And then we'll have signage in the library and then the electrical panels in the library done as well in the next 30 days. That's a picture of the cafeteria. Over to the left is the food preparation area, and over to the right, now that's a temporary wall. It looks like it is right now, just a little hallway, but that wall on the left is a temporary wall. So that's just an illustration of the framing that's going on, and about halfway through down that picture, you'll see that'll be where students go in to receive their lunches, breakfast and lunches. That's a picture of the library in April. That's the picture of in May, and these pictures really don't do it justice, but there's carpets been laid, the ceilings have been laid, lighting, et cetera, in the library. And then that's the main desk area. As you can see, it's in at this moment versus last month. And then the outside brick around the new areas of the labs, that's if you're looking up the hill and you'll see it. Bartley did a really good job of making sure that the brick aligned with the entire building. And then our science labs right outside the library area, the millwork is in. And that's really it. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval, and thank you for our little tour we had this afternoon that you and Dr. Barton provided for us.
You bet.
I think that was 4 of us board members present for that. We really enjoyed our tour.
We'll look for something in June to go tour as well.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was actually going to let you know that I will be reaching out to you to set up a couple of campus tours. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's back up and do high school schedule update. Ms. Presley's in the room now.
Andrew, can you help us?
Thank you. Good evening, President Cantu, members of the board, Dr. Cardona. Thank you for inviting us, for allowing us to speak today about our bell schedules. As many schools, almost every school in our nation, we are facing the recovery of COVID, both on the side of mental health and and on academic performance. And so the bell schedule conversation has been incredibly important here lately and fruitful on the campus level. So we are grateful for the opportunity to be able to talk a little bit about our bell schedules. We have 3 that are on the table, and we'll walk you through the pros and cons of the 3. One is our traditional schedule. One is the COVID response schedule that we're currently in right now, and then there is another more out of the box schedule. So as we talk about the 3, I've asked Ms. Madiowski and Mr. McPherson and Mr. Dubner is here to help us go through this conversation, as all of us have pieces of the puzzle and can answer questions that you might have toward the end. I'm going to ask Ms. Madiowski, though, to come forward and walk you through our 3 proposals that are on the table, keeping in mind as you experience these 3, or as we talk about them, our 3 focuses that we are looking for. One, we're reevaluating our relationship with time and how we use that time during the day. We'll talk about that more. And then we're also focusing on SEL, not just the social emotional well-being of our students, but also the social emotional well-being of our staff. as we've all moved through this pandemic together. And then we are also focusing on literacy and finding ways to both improve instruction and make sure that our bell schedule says what we say about our care for equitable access to education. So making sure that we can serve all of our students during the day, and we're not requiring students to have to come after school or on a Saturday to get that equitable access to education, as we know many of our students work or take care of younger siblings, et cetera. So with that being said, I'm going to ask Ms. Madiowski to come forward.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cardona. So option 1 is probably what most of us are familiar with. I think many went to high school in sort of this 8 or 7 period a day schedule. And so that is the most familiar, which is definitely an advantage when trying to educate a community on a possibility. This would be our 7 to 8 every day, year-round, ending in the opportunity for 28 to 32 credits, depending on if we did 7 or 8 periods. Definitely an advantage here is the daily conference period for teachers. However, a disadvantage comes from our teachers not really being in favor of this schedule. That feedback came through loud and clear through our department meetings, our leadership meetings, I should say, with our department chairs. Just feeling, teachers felt like it was a very long day and kind of a rapid fire in and out, period to period. So this was not their favorite model, and there are definitely advantages and disadvantages to this model. Our second option, like Mrs. Presley said, is what we're closely mirrors to what we're doing right now. This is a 4-period day, classes meeting every other day all year. This option gives 32 credit opportunities when you need 26 to graduate. This one, on our advantages, things slow down a bit. For our teachers, they have the ability to plan their lessons for Monday and Tuesday, because they pretty much repeat. What I plan Monday, I can repeat on Tuesday. So it kind of slows that planning pacing a little. And we hope that that results in social emotional benefits for both students and staff. Now on the disadvantages, I won't read every slide to you, but currently we are in a position where our teachers are teaching 7 of 8, so that means there's not a conference period every day. And so that's a tough day when you're going 4 back-to-back without a conference period. So that's probably the biggest disadvantage on that one. And then I'm going to flip to the third option. This is the one that gets the blood pumping. It's definitely the most out of the box, though it's very similar to a college model. So our students would take 5 classes a day, every day, for a semester. And so they would earn that credit in the semester as opposed to a full school year, as we kind of know it now, resulting in 40 credit opportunities after 4 years. For this one, we could do a daily conference period, so that's a definite positive. And again, just the social, emotional benefits for students to slow down and to breathe and to have a focus on 5 courses in a semester as opposed to 8. But also those 14 opportunities for remediation. So should a student not be successful in a class, we can adjust, retake, remediate. And also students have an opportunity here for enrichment, to be in multiple extracurricular programs, to complete some CTE sequences all the way through, complete some practicums in their senior year. So you have that 14 additional credit opportunities opens up just that, a lot of opportunities. On the possible disadvantages, there's definitely just the community understanding and making sure we're very thorough with all stakeholders to understand how this model implicates, how it impacts their piece of the puzzle. Because it's pretty complicated, it's different, and I think we're still learning. We get a new question every couple of weeks. We're like, that's a really great question. I hadn't thought of that. So that's definitely something we're working on in examining this model. We have the possibility of CTE funding changes. CTE funding comes on the 45-minute mark. And so if you do an 80-minute class, you're not making it to that 90-minute increment. And so might you lose some funding? However, if more students are enrolled in CTE courses, does it make up? So there's some funding uncertainties there that are definitely, cause some nerves. And, we have AP, we've had this question a lot, so we put it on there. What about students taking an AP course in the fall, but the exam is in the spring? Is there a loss there over the spring semester? And so that's definitely something to address, and it happens now. We have students currently taking AP Government or ECO in the fall, and then have to have a system of staying plugged in through the spring semester and preparing for that exam in the spring. So we would want to cross-apply what we do now, but also think about how, with an increased amount of students possibly in that boat, making sure we're doing a really great, meaningful job. And so we have sort of a very, very oversimplified, admittedly overly simplified comparison chart here for you, just to kind of see option 1, 2, and 3, and how they compare to each other when it comes to credit opportunities over 4 years, conference period, daily or not. So I'll just kind of let you look at that. And so what I'm most excited about, or maybe passionate about, is no matter the schedule we choose, no matter what format it takes, we are really committed to what Mrs. Presley spoke about at the beginning. We are committed to really focusing on Tier 1 instruction, that quality first teach. We want to plan for success, and we want to be responsive when needed, as opposed to overly planning for the perhaps failures or missteps. Let's plan for that quality first teach. Let's get it right the first time for as many students as possible, so that Tier 2, Tier 3, 15% really is 15%. We want to get it right the first time for at least 85% of our students at Tier 1. And so we plan to center that around literacy. Our teachers have heard this phrase and can expect to continue to hear it: reading, writing, listening, and speaking every day, every student. They've heard that a lot in the last couple of weeks, and we're going to keep saying it. Reading, writing, speaking, and listening every day, every student. And we're also hoping, again, like Mrs. Presley said, we want to be very intentional with our focus on social emotional learning. We want it to be embedded and meaningful, from the text chosen in our ELA classes to more explicit lessons that you may see in an advisory type setting. And definitely wanting to look for a schedule that allows us that equitable access, to where if a student is not successful the first time, that reteach is just as meaningful and enriching as possible, but that also students have access to, again, multiple pathways, multiple electives, and the ability to complete out those programs. And so again, no matter the schedule, this is our focus, and we'll make it happen. I'm gonna close out.
Are you ready for questions, or did you have a longer presentation?
Just a few more words, and then we'll be ready for questions. So just our concluding forward, some things that we're aware of. We're aware of the SEL and academic challenges that are ahead of us. We are aware that a 5-period day creates the infrastructure for equity and academic success for all students, because it does allow you more opportunities if you are struggling. And then it also, I spoke with a parent the beginning of the board meeting out in the hall, and was able to explain, we talked about her kid in particular, so I walked through a potential schedule for her, and the bottom line was, well, wow, so this schedule means my daughter, who is about to be a senior, has an opportunity now, or could have an opportunity to take 9 hours of ACC courses as opposed to 3 or 6 in a traditional schedule. So we understand that it does provide more opportunities regardless of where a student falls on the scope of learning. And then we also understand, or we are aware of the deep concerns for CTE funding and scheduling within our fine arts departments. And understanding these factors, we are working to negate some of the possible disadvantages that we've seen in our current bell schedule and refine that process so that we can create a space where we're serving kids again, under those, with those three main ideas as our focus: SEL, literacy, and equitable access.
Ms. Mejia, you had a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I am really, I guess you can say, concerned about the 5-period day schedule just because I'm not familiar with it. So I'm wondering, have y'all looked into any other high schools around the surrounding area, or maybe even like the state of Texas, that has implemented this type of schedule? And if yes, have y'all reached out to see how it has worked for them?
Yes, so yes, we have. There has recently, I wasn't able to attend, I think Ms. Pearson is not with us. I know she was able to attend a workshop in the fall semester where they talked about the Texas reset. And so it was recommended in that particular workshop, but we've been studying this schedule for a few years now. We've had multiple conversations with United ISD. Alexander was in our Campus 40, and so we were able to see how they work through their 5-period day. Judson High School, we've also been in partnership with them. I'm in contact with their principal, and we've had conversations with them as well. Lufkin ISD also runs a similar program where we've been able to talk to a former employee who was there, and they're a fairly high-performing high school as well.
And then as far as your team of teachers, have y'all sent out a survey just requesting their feedback on the types of schedules that you presented to us today?
Right. We have not sent out a survey with our teachers. We have just been in conversation. So I host these things called Chalk Talks. They're very informal conversations. And so we've presented it in a formal fashion in our faculty meetings, and then we've had informal conversations. We've had informal conversations with our campus leadership team as well as our campus improvement team, which holds a community member on that specific team. So we've not sent out a survey just yet. We do know, though, the overarching sentiment is absolutely no. They would rather go without conference periods than go back to a 7 or 8 period day. And we have not and will.
Thank you.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes, I know you haven't gotten teacher. Are you thinking about student input on the decision also, surveying students?
Yes, ma'am. We've had small conversation. Well, I say small. We've had multiple conversations about this particular, about a 5-period day. I've met with my principal's council, and they've given me very specific feedback. Overall, though, most of the kids on the principal's council looked at it, we debated a bit, and once we were able to answer some of their questions, they really appreciated the concept. I understand that that's a small group, though. That's 20 kids out of 2,300. So definitely a survey would be something, a direction that we would need to go before we make a final decision.
And then my second question is, are there different staffing needs per schedule? Like, is one going to cost more than the other because you have to hire more staff, or, I don't know how exactly that works.
Right. With the 7, 8, and 5 period day, we have the staffing that we need. One of the things we would have to work through, I'm not going to say that we need additional staffing, and if we moved with the current bell schedule that we have and provided conference periods, that would require more staffing. If requiring conference periods every day, let me be specific about that. However, I can't stand here right now and say that we need additional staffing. I feel like, and Mr. McPherson is the master scheduling genius, so he might can speak more on that with more detail.
Which one was back?
You got it. You can just start answering the question.
Okay. So like Ms. Presley said, for sure, the staff that we do have right now, when we look at that, just really looking at how do we get a conference period every single day, with our 7, 8, or the 5-period schedule, we would have enough staff for that right now. Part of the things that would look at, that we would need to look at for changes in our staff, if we did do an English intervention that lasted for the whole year for some of our kids, then we have looked at potentially needing more English teachers and maybe less teachers in another department. So those are the things that we've seen right now.
Thank you.
Where are you in the process, in the scheduling process right now?
Okay. So we just closed our course request change form that we had opened up after our electives fair last week. And so we're about to do our second course verification, and we'll do 3 of those before kids go home for the end of the summer.
Okay, and so depending on the schedule that's selected, you would have to do something different with your scheduling process.
Yeah, and so we have, right now our kids currently picked 8 courses, and then they picked 3 alternates as well. So every kid has up to 11 classes right now picked.
So when the students selected their courses, were they told that there was a possibility of a change?
We were very explicit in telling them that we were looking through some other options. And so that those extra alternate courses that they were picking could be a course that they might actually end up in. And then we would still do, so where we want to go with this right now is we do our second verification, which will have all 8 courses with the changes they've made, plus their alternates. And then we would do our next verification after we've made this decision.
So if everything stayed the same, when would you be able to run your algorithm?
Say that again?
For your scheduling process, when would you be able to run, if you left everything as is right now, there was no change?
So that's what we're working on right now. Early to mid-June, we'd be able to run that.
If you left everything as is?
Mm-hmm.
And if you made changes?
Be later.
Mid-June to
Could be.
June 30. Yeah, still, it's going to be similar in the same time frame.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thanks. So I think this is very exciting, and I'm generally for taking the chance on big changes like this that have a lot of upside. I have 2 specific questions and then some general comments. Explain to me, it was mentioned, I think, a couple times, the CT funding is a potential problem. I don't understand that.
Yeah, so like Ms. Madiowski said, it's on a 45-minute increment is how we receive funding. So if a student in our current 8-period schedule or the 7 periods a day was in a 45-minute or a 53-minute class, that student, when we look at Perkins grant funding and lots of other things that Mr. Doyle could explain if he were here, that student counts for 1 in their funding formula. And so for a kid that takes a double black course where they have a 90-minute class, so they take first and second period, then that kid gets us double that and gets us a 2-period funding. And so one of the things that we've talked about with that 5-period day is we can't run 5 90-minute classes unless we extend the school day. And so one of the things that some districts do, when we look at United, they do 5 classes at 80 minutes, so they don't maximize their funding. Judson does a first and 5th period at 75 minutes, and then 3 90-minute periods in the middle. So they maximize their funding in the middle. And so that's just some of those things that we've been talking about is looking at, like Ms. Madiowski said, if we increase our number of kids in CTE, it actually might increase our number.
Okay, that makes sense. And then question, for courses like English 1, English 2, and algebra, would those be one semester for everybody, or would there be a 2-semester option? That seems like a lot to ask of some students.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we talked about with that equitable access, is for a student that hasn't been in school for a year or two. Maybe they just took the English 1 test and didn't pass that English 1 test. And then they'll be their first day stepping on San Marcos High School next year, rolling into an English 2 class. Those students would be able to take English first semester and second semester. And that might be an English 2 class in the fall semester. And then in spring, that might be a reading class or a writing class for them, so that they could be more prepared, because we'd give them all the skills, we'd slow down and be able to meet their needs.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah, and so then testing too, like in the world of EOC, they can test in December. If they picked up all those skills and they're ready to go and they pass the EOC test, they'd get their elective back in the fall or in the spring.
Okay, but they can't take, the AP test you can only take in the spring. So that's a problem to solve.
Right.
Okay, so generally, like I said, I think this seems really exciting. I think it seems like there's a lot of upsides. It seems like the schedule that I would have loved as a high school student. But that doesn't go to the equity part. So you've got to walk me through that, because I'm not seeing it. So I think for me, I would have taken all of the art classes I could possibly take. I would have taken every single advanced English class, right? I would have packed my day, and then I also would have done extracurriculars. But if the idea is that this schedule makes it more equitable for students who aren't going to do that, right, then does it not then somehow default to becoming a track for kids who are really struggling, where they get locked into taking remedial RTI without the opportunity to do CTE, enrichment, extracurriculars, athletics, band? Like, how do we not go to that? Do you see what I'm saying? That seems to me the danger.
Yeah, so I think one way to look at it too is that student would get their intervention time during the school day in that first year and get caught back up, while also having 3 electives to be able to take during that same time. And if we can do, like we talked about earlier, reading, writing, listening, speaking, every kid all day, every day, then we help them in those situations where they still get to have an elective and a reason to come to school. So with having those 40 choices throughout their high school career, they actually get to participate in some of those other classes that right now we're taking those classes away from them, or they're ending up in a credit recovery type situation where that's all they're focused on.
I mean, I think that seems like the big challenge is to both ends of the spectrum, right? Making sure that AP students are able to take the AP test and still have a mastery of the material that they learned 9 months beforehand, and also making sure that students who are really struggling don't just decide that this is not even worth it at all, right?
Right. Because what's happening now, Trustee Halsey, is if a student is struggling, then we go midwinter school or Button Academy, like they're in Edgenuity. And so what everyone in this room understands is that our best teach is that teacher in the classroom, that face-to-face instruction, the relationship is built, this safe environment, and you're there with the teacher. And so what we want to do is take some of that Saturday school and after school and all the other things that we have that kids are struggling to attend, quite frankly, because of work, because of taking care of their younger siblings. Now we're allowing them space during the day to accomplish those credits. So maybe I do have a bad semester, or maybe I'm feeling a little dejected when I step on campus for the first time in the last 2 years or year and a half. And so I might have a rough first semester, but that's okay, because in the next semester I can start my creative writing class and get some of the skills that I might have missed in that English 1 course when I tested in December. Now I have the school, the district, we have a very clear understanding of where that student is, and we can offer specific support during that spring semester to get them ready for the March exam. what's happening now is that kid might then be moved to button, well, not for English, but, if I struggle in geometry, which is not a tested area, that student might be moved to Button Academy, that student might be moved to midwinter school, after school, Saturday school, summer school. Now we have time during the day, and that's what we mean by equitable access, is you have access to a teacher now who's going to be there the full 75 or 90 minutes, as opposed to Edgenuity with teacher support.
So my last comment is, I think, that sounds great. It sounds really ideal. I think that also, part of what I hear is that you all, the four of you, are building in a lot of responsibility on the four of you to ensure that that level of Tier 1 teaching is happening in every classroom, right? Because I think one of the reasons that we went from the block schedule to the 7-period-a-day schedule is that it looked like the class time space, the classroom time, was not always being used most effectively, however we define that, right? And so that it seemed that going to a more traditional day would be more, but that seems to me to put a lot of onus on campus leadership to make sure that that's being met. And it sounds exciting, and I think I would have loved it, and it just seems like there are those, if we can work through those problems, it seems like there's a real opportunity. So thank you.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Similarly to Trustee Halsey, I want to circle back to what Mrs. Presley said, I think, at the beginning of her presentation. It was centering around the response to COVID, and specifically an equitable education for all of the students at San Marcos High School. I apologize if this is a misstatement, but it's my understanding that all 2,300 of our students theoretically come from 2 D-rated middle schools by the Texas Education Agency. And so in a traditional 8-period or 9-period day, the traditional schedules that San Marcos High School has had since you've taken over leadership, how do we respond to those, or how do y'all respond to those obvious gaps that students arrive with on that first day? Like, how is that built in now into the schedule? I guess that's my first question. Is under a traditional schedule, we know students are coming, not performing where we'd like them to be based on TEA's status of our 2 middle schools. So in a traditional day, traditional schedule, how do y'all respond to that?
In the traditional schedule, those are some of the programs that we were naming, that I was naming earlier. We'll have our EOC boot camps. We'll have midwinter school, Saturday school, Button Academy, credit protection, some of the programs that I've spoke of here in our board meeting. That's how we work to support our students.
So as a follow-up to that, are any of those programs in the school day? They are.
Yes.
Which ones?
But Button Academy is during the school day. So that's, for example, if a student, I'll go back to geometry because that's on my mind. So if a student is struggling with geometry, then they might, during that period, instead of, we might pull them out of an elective, or we might pull them out of that class and put them in Button Academy where they can earn their geometry credit via through Edgenuity with the support of our 2 teachers who are currently in Button Academy.
So right now, a struggling student who comes from one of our middle schools is at a disadvantage because they're losing potentially an elective to be in this type of remedial course.
Potentially, yes.
Potentially, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so Saturday schools, midwinter school, that's all out of school time, obviously. So is the third schedule pulling students back in during the traditional school day to do all of those things so they won't have to come after school or during lunch or give up an elective or come over the holidays? Is that, I guess, what the intent of the third schedule is?
Yes, sir. That is the intent. So you have, if you look at this third line here, where you can see the number of credits that a student could earn over the course of 4 years. So here you have 28 to 32, here you have 32, and then this last with a 5-period day, you could have potentially 40 for the opportunities. So if I did have to double block English 1, and maybe I can't capitalize on all the extracurricular my freshman year, I double block English 1, I double block English 2, and which by double block, that means I'll have it in the fall and have it in the spring. So when we say double block now, with this schedule, it's long and not first and second period, right? So I might miss out on some opportunities freshman and sophomore year, and then by English 3, with that an extra time and intense instruction, our hope is that you can take your English 3 in one semester and then English 4 your senior year. We would not want to offer English 3 and 4 in the same year.
And my third and final comment, at least for now, is just based on your presentation and what I guess concerns I've heard out in the community over the last several days. The reason why I'm most interested in the third option is because as long as I've been on the school board and even as a student in this ISD and at this campus, we've always relied on our most at-risk students to do a majority of that supplemental work outside of the traditional school day. We've always asked kids who are struggling as is when they set foot on campus to try and make up what learning didn't happen the previous 8 years they were in the district, after school, during lunch, on the weekends, during the summer, and they've already given up extracurriculars historically because they're in these type of bridge gap courses, right? And so for me, that is why I am interested in having this conversation and considering the third option, because in all the years that I've been up here and in the ISD, again, we've always kind of put the onus on the kid, right? Come in after school during the summer, et cetera, and we know that these kids are working. We know that there's familial obligations that they cannot escape from. And so from the time we have them from the first bell to the last bell of the day, we know that we have them, right? And I really am excited, optimistic, intrigued, whatever you want to call it, about the third option, because we're finally giving students a chance during the traditional school day without asking them to come outside of the school day, which for some, it's not just like an ask, right? It's an impossibility. They're working because of financial obligations to their family or what have you, right? We've heard the stories. We have alternative high schools because of those situations. But again, I'm most intrigued and curious about this proposal because we're building in, at least what we're suggesting is going to get built in, are the supports to support those students in their traditional school day.
For sure. Yes, sir.
Dr. Salmi?
Hi, thank you. First I want to comment on the no and social and emotional considerations on this table being somewhat problematic for me. So when I started getting calls about this before I was even on the school board, I started researching in academic literature about the different kinds of scheduling that we've had. So one of the consistent things I found in that research was that the biggest problems are when teachers are not properly prepared for the changes that they're being put into in the following school year. So my question for you is, what is the professional development that you're planning to change? This is the option 3, which I will honestly say I am not as enthusiastic as my two colleagues about. In this time when we need to return to normalcy, and I keep hearing that phrase across all aspects of society, that it's time to return to some sort of normalcy, making such a dramatic change to our school schedule seems difficult, particularly if we have not prepared our teachers to dramatically change the way that they use time, as you said earlier. So what are our plans to properly prepare and provide professional development to ensure that that happens?
You want to talk about PH?
So for professional development, first step, we would need to give, and you're right, they need time, and admittedly, it's not, we don't have the ideal amount at this point. And I think there's an argument to be made that the time is now, before we return to normal, which may not have been working for all students. Perhaps now is the time to just go there. And I'm torn myself on that because I know that a healthy, supported teacher results in healthy, supported students. And so that's a very real concern that we share with you is the timeline. So with that being said, our teachers would need to work with their content teams to first study a new year at a glance to see what it looks like to teach a course over the course of 4 months as opposed to the year. And so using the DeFore professional learning community model, which our teachers have now, I feel like this year we have not been, the fidelity hasn't been there, unfortunately, but I think with this summer, working with their team through what is it we need students to know, starting with that question and examining that year at a glance, and then deciding how will we assess it and strategically putting those assessment points, but also thinking how will we reteach for those that are not successful and how will we accelerate or enrich for those that are. In my opinion, that is professional learning, that working with colleagues and experts in the field around those questions yields some of the highest learning for staff than a traditional expert talking at them. So I will always advocate first and foremost for teacher experts working with each other around those essential questions. Aside from that, as we push toward reading, writing, speaking, listening every day, every student, I find the talk, read, talk, write model to be the most formulaic for a teacher who is either new to profession or prefers some sort of formula to rely on. Not every teacher needs it, and some do. And so I would want us to do some intense study of our talk, read, talk, write, which really just says if you have, whether it's 45 minutes, 90 minutes, 80 minutes, here's how you can structure that time to walk students through, no matter the subject area, walk them through a text and time to listen and speak and process, time to write, time to speak and listen and process again. So I think that formula of how to lay out a lesson would be really important as well. When it would happen, as of right now, our teams are, most teams, we have one kind of waiting to see when a baby is due, but most teams are waiting for the beginning of June to sit with their teams and do that work. And then we, in addition, have time, the built-in time in August for some of the work. Did I miss anything? So Wednesday afternoon, thank you, we're meeting with our district instructional specialists to also dig into, because there are huge support for when it comes to curriculum, that year at a glance, working that out. And so talking with them about professional development based on what they create coming out of that. And I've also met with Ms. Fowler, and we've talked about sessions around the literacy per content area, but again, with the hope being teachers teaching teachers, as opposed to some sort of canned program.
So this third option is obviously very reminiscent of college schedules. In college schedules, there are options for various length classes, and that's not an option here. And there's certainly plenty of evidence in the literature that some classes are not, some subject matter are not improved by extended class periods. And I think we saw that as a district, and which is why it sounds like the school board decided to go back to a 7 or 8 day class period. And I can speak to that as a parent, seeing my children in an extended class period, often hearing that there is a lot of free time on their hands that is not being well occupied. So the idea of continuing with that sort of schedule now is not appealing to me because of the experience I've had with my kids as a parent. I'm also concerned about applying an adult learning model to children. College classes are designed for adult learners, and high school students start out at 14 years old. And so they have a different developmental process. And I think we're applying something that may work well for older students and extremely motivated students like Ms. Halsey described, and trying to apply that learning, not just credit acquisition, but actual learning in a way that may not be appropriate for those kids' development. I'm concerned about our level of preparation to implement this year, as well as research in previous, this has been going on, right? This whole
block scheduling started around the 2000s, that we would start changing, that this would improve everything, this revolution. And there is some adequate research in that now, not just locally in Judson High School, but across the nation, to see, did it really pan out? Did these extended periods actually increase efficacy of education of our students? Do they increase test scores? So that's the kind of thing I'd like to know before I made any kind of support for an option like that. Thank you.
Mejia?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cantu. So I am going to follow up on Trustee Arredondo's comment as far as for option 3, the 5-period accelerated block. When he was talking about how, you know, challenging our students' lives are, like, it just makes, you know, sense that we go with option 3. If y'all decide to do, you know, to go with that option, you know, I am support of that. I think it's a great idea just because, you know, some of our students work on the weekends to support their families, and, you know, there's no Saturday school as well. I'm all for change, and, you know, if y'all decide to go with option 3, I would like to also, you know, in the future see reports as to how that will improve credit recovery for us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have one more question. Sorry, did that mean?
No, it's fine, you're good.
So we will now be offering students 40 potential credits. How's their GPA going to be affected if they fail English 1 the first semester and they have to retake it? So are we considering, like, what are the implications for student GPAs when we retake courses?
You won't, so it will be the same if a student fails a course now and then they retake it to earn credit, and they earn the credit that they get the grade that they earn the second time that they take the course.
Okay, and so that could continue as many times as they need to take it?
As they do now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I had one more question. So I also noted in the presentation there was a question about band and choir and a conflict therein. And so I'm wondering, can you talk about those extracurriculars like band and choir and dance and athletics?
Advantage. Goes under disadvantage.
Right. So talk about what's the disadvantage to our extracurriculars in that schedule?
Right. So we are, and Dibner, you want to talk about that? That's your department? Okay. We are currently working with our choir and band directors on possibilities. So what might happen is, as they offer, I think we said 7 different sections of different various courses, we might have to either have one semester of one and one semester of the other, and keep our varsity choir as an all year course, and then some of the other choirs might have to be offered on the semester realm. So one in the spring or one in the fall. I probably didn't do that justice, but that's still an ongoing conversation.
Okay, and then I'd heard that the athletic advisory period was potentially being eliminated with this third schedule. So how does that affect athletic programs?
Well, just as you would a varsity choir, and you have that as a year-long course, you would do the same thing for athletics. You would just have that as a year-long course, but there's no advisory or anything like that. It's just athletics A and B, so to speak.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. As a follow-up to Trustee Salmi, Dr. Salmi, excuse me, if I was an AP English 3 student and I took that in the fall, right? Is there any possibilities of there being like a seminar for that advanced AP English 3? Like I have the AP exam coming up, like, or vice versa, right? I'm in English 3 and I fail in the fall. Like I'm a high achieving student or I'm a student struggling and I pass or fail that first semester. What does my second semester look like under option 3?
Yeah, so for an AP student first, that's where we've discussed looking at courses and how many minutes they might need. We talked earlier or heard earlier that some courses might need a little bit more time.
And so one of the solutions that some of those other schools have done is they do an AP English that might last for the whole year. Or for example, in talking to Judson, one of the things they do is they do pre-AP chemistry in the fall and AP chemistry in the spring. And so they kind of pair some of those courses together. So you're continuing to go through that whole year and prepare for that course or that test. For a kid that fails a course, again, that's one where since we have 40 options throughout the whole time they're in high school, they might lose an elective the second semester and go into an intervention class that's going to get them that credit at that time with an actual teacher going through.
So, and I can only speak to my personal experience. So I took pre-AP biology my freshman year, right? And then based on the San Marcos High School guide back then, I saw AP biology either my junior or senior year because I had tested sciences that I needed to get to before that, right? So theoretically, I could be in a biology course all year, whatever year that is, and take the exam, versus what some people have suggested is like you have a gap, right, between the test and the learned material. So obviously there's a lot of what ifs, possibilities, options for both the most at-risk and the most high-achieving students in the ISD. Again, I'm supportive of this moving forward, but I mean, it sounds like a colossal undertaking for not only the four of you, but the entire high school campus. Going to, I think, what Mrs. Cantu suggested, referenced earlier, I know there was an issue, previous leadership, previous counseling team, where there was a big question mark of 4-year graduation plans. Like, were those completed? Did everyone have one on file? When is the last time that was reviewed? So obviously, whatever option we choose, there's a lot of follow through to make sure that our students are on track, they're scheduled to graduate on time. And so I guess for me personally, I'm ready to go with either option, but it sounds like as of right now, we're asking you to prepare for both, right? The traditional schedule or option 3, and I mean, good luck, right? Because I don't know where this conversation is going to go, and I don't know when you need to make a decision or when this board needs to weigh in and make a decision. Quite frankly, I think it's an administrative decision, right? Like
Yes, it
us
is.
having a conversation about it, I appreciate, and I'll weigh in and all the things, but we've only voted on a bell schedule at the high school once, and it was because of the administration was in transition, right? It was before the superintendent got here, and we were trying to get away from a system that was inadequate at the time, and quite frankly, we didn't have confidence in the leadership that was present to implement it, right? So those big things have changed significantly since then, and that's why I'm entertaining all of this conversation, right?
Can someone please explain to me what the role of the board is in this conversation?
No, we're not voting. This is just an
Presentation.
update, and I
Okay.
think it was brought to us to discuss and to have conversation because there is some community
Sure.
backlash. I want to say backlash that they're not happy about going from this to this. And so that's why it's on the agenda that we're bringing it up, because y'all saw that we all got a letter or an email from someone that was upset about it. And I guess when you do something in a big hurry, it kind of frightens the parents. Because
yes.
all the parents know what they want for their children. I know in my experience with middle school, we worked a 4-year graduation plan, and we always sent them to the high school, and we expected for those kids to be able to graduate based on their graduation plan. Now, I know that we've had times when we've asked where they were, and they're fine, and now that we're working on that. But as far as scheduling, it's a massive project for 2,000 students. I was involved in scheduling at the middle school, and we just had 1,000 students. So I can't even begin to think how much work it is for 2,000. So if you're trying to change a system in the process, because the students have already registered for their classes. So I would think it's a massive undertaking, and I think that you're very optimistic thinking that in 2 weeks you could have it done.
What will be the
or
criteria?
3 weeks, whatever the middle of June is. And I know that students are anxious to see their schedule, and they're anxious to see who their teachers are, and the parents want to know what the schedule looks like. So as for me, having counseling, 20 years of counseling background, I would think that this could be a consideration for the following year. But for this year, it's just all of a sudden to do something like this, I would not want to be in y'all's place.
What will be the decision-making point for these options? They were sort of presented as 3 possible options, although I will say you presented one of them in a very negative light. I understand that. And it does appear to be that you're leaning towards option 3. How will you make that decision, and who will make that decision, and when?
I just, if I may interrupt, President, I just wanted to draw our attention back to the concluding forward. At the bottom, it says, understanding these factors, we're working to negate the possible disadvantages and refine our current AB block schedule. And so the disadvantages, those possible disadvantages are the ones that you saw on option 2. So that's where we currently are, unless we have an overwhelming push to go with option 3. We are prepared to do either. As Mr. McPherson stated earlier, we had students choose 11 courses on their course selection. We have a sketch of the numbers and what that would look like for teaching lines for our teachers. So we're kind of more ahead than this particular conversation, because the conversation on campus started in November, and then it's there's been an ebb and flow so we're a little bit farther ahead on either option. And then, of course, going back to an 8-period day, that would just be pushing the button and doing what we've been doing, but making some revisions to make sure that we're serving kids based on what they desire or what they requested on their course selection.
One last comment, so we can move on.
Yeah, Ms. Cantu, thank you. My last comment, if option 3 is considered or moved forward, or even a hybrid of option 2 with components of option 3, right? Obviously, I think significant community engagement is going to be necessary, and I'm sure y'all are all very well aware of that over the last couple of days, that this thing has kind of grown legs and started walking around on its own. But whether it's teachers and staff, parents, students, obviously there needs to be more communication with those constituencies. Again, I am intrigued and curious and optimistic about creating a system at our high school that educates students when they're traditionally supposed to be here, right? I think for me, that is the only reason why I would not ignore the concerns of some community members or parents who have approached me, because I've shared with them, I understand change is difficult, it's overwhelming, we're on the heels of the pandemic, hopefully we're coming back, we can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. And now you're throwing another big change into that once again, right? And so I've heard those concerns, and I'm empathetic and sympathetic with them, but also acknowledging I'm no longer in the system, so I'm not living it, right? But again, in all the years I've been on the school board, and even in this ISD, we've historically relied on out-of-school time to help the most at-risk and disenfranchised population in our community, in our school district. And if we can move as quickly as possible to a system when we're not relying on out-of-school time to meet our obligations as educators for students, I'm overwhelmingly in favor of it. So thank you.
Thank you. I also want to point to the QR code and the link there, Always Be Learning Incorporated. They have tons of information about bell schedules and the purpose thereof, and great videos about what a bell schedule really means, a master schedule really means to the learning. So I just think it's important for all of us to dig a little bit deeper, and we'll be hosting, or we're willing and ready to entertain any questions that you might have following this meeting.
I just hope as a parent that you survey us, because I am a parent of a child in early college, And whatever system you choose to go to, they're going to be good and bad. And we can no longer have students who sit in 3 English 1 classes because they non-credited half a semester of English 1. And so whatever you choose, and I heard something a little bit concerning is taking kids out of an elective. And, you know, we have talked, y'all are taking the ownership, you 4 are taking the ownership for whatever schedule, you know, and we have invested a lot of time and energy in AVID and the early college and Gear Up. And, you know, that's targeted to a very specific group of kids that are typically the marginalized kid. Your AP kid, your dual credit kid are going to be fine. ACC is not going to change their schedule. They're going to go Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday. And so I would encourage you to like think through this process because, you know, we've seen the data, we've seen, you know, we had an honest conversation with the counselors and with you guys, I did, you know, just pulling a handful of kids and what those schedules look like of the profile of the kid not making it through here.
But Mr. Superintendent, I guess that's concerning to me that you would bring it up at this point in this format. I mean, I'm expecting that the conversations that you all have been having since November have included curriculum instruction and direction from that. Because if this, you know, I believe in campus autonomy, but I don't believe in saying to the high school principals, you're entirely responsible for whatever happens, live or die. Like, it's on you. I mean, it's on all of us. And I think it,
Well, it is
the
on all
changes
of
to
us,
curriculum need to be also being directed by curriculum and instruction. And if not, then that's a problem with the system. So I'm just a little concerned about.
That is correct, and that's why we're having this discussion, and that's why it's coming out. Because Dr. Salmi mentioned the curriculum and the work needed to redo the scope and sequence to a 75 or an 80-minute or 90-minute class in the middle of dealing with a pandemic. And I'm just saying, as a parent, I have not been surveyed. Yeah, I'm superintendent, but I'm also a parent. My wife will answer those surveys, just as you would expect.
Yeah, I understand.
And so I think there needs to be a community dialogue because, you know, Ms. Presley talked about her 20 kids. Well, I had the Superintendent's Leadership Council, and she and I have talked about this, about when all these schedule changes were being made. It was that group of kids here at the high school that was like, can we stop and pause on the different schedules? And so that's why I'm saying, like, we need to like really be purposeful. You know, one of the things about organizational health is, do we listen to certain voices instead of really hearing all the voices, right? Because as a principal, typically, and we've had these conversations about organizational health, you know, I listen to my department heads. Well, my department heads are going to tell me sometimes what I want to hear. Not necessarily what's going on the ground. And that's why I'm saying, like, we need to make sure we are purposeful moving forward, because she's going to have to redistribute curriculum personnel. They talk themselves about the lesson plan cycle and readjusting. And so you're right, we have to be in sync, because ultimately you're not going to go to them.
No, I'm saying though that,
come to me.
I pointed out that the 4 people standing up here are taking on a lot of the responsibility and a lot of the onus for taking on a shift like that. But I'm saying that once the decision is made,
We're
it's a
going.
team decision.
Okay.
It's all of us. It's not one
Correct.
person or 4 people or, you know, part of the board or not part of the board. It's everybody
Correct.
that owns that.
They know that.
Okay.
Yeah, they know
It just,
that.
the way you said it was concerning to me that it sounded like this was new information.
No, they know. Like, they know what they're getting ready to walk into, and I told them that it's my job to support them, but it's also my job to challenge them a little bit.
Okay.
And I completely support the idea that certain voices get heard over others, because the literature that I've done on block schedule suggests that certainly disciplinary problems are more pronounced in longer classes in many settings, right? And so the idea that this is preferable for all of our teachers, if we haven't surveyed anonymously our teachers, then I think that that's I think that that's something we shouldn't necessarily assume because our team leads say it. And I think that Superintendent Cardona's point that parents and teachers should be surveyed is something I completely support.
And we're working with Mr. Carpenter. We met with Blaine Carpenter a week before last, and he is working with our team to create those community conversations. And if it means anything to the board, we also have 4 parents on our team as well. And so we take these decisions, we don't take these decisions lightly. They're very dear and personal to all of us. And so we try to look at not only, our children, your children. We pooled some of your children's schedules and created a 4-year plan for them just to see if this is something that could work. We pooled some of our own, and then we went and asked who their friends are and pooled their friends' schedules in different arenas of the school. So regardless of what we do, even if it's stay in the same space, we will include the community, and we will pull a survey. Again, this has been a long-term conversation on campus, and we're not necessarily married to when the bell rings. We're married to what goes on when the bell rings. And so you won't, we presented options that address those 3 things that are near and dear to our hearts and our focus this year, and especially next year, which is SEL, equitable access, and literacy. And outside of that, the bell schedule belongs to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Let's vote.
Item 11, approval of a consent agenda items, approval of minutes for regular scheduled board meeting on April 19th, May 3rd, and May 11th.
Ms. Cantu, I move that we approve the minutes for regular, approve all the consent agenda items.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Halsey, seconded
I seconded.
by you, by Ms. Hanson. All in favor? Raise your hand. 7, opposed 0. Items for action, consider approval of the SHAC committee members.
I'm sorry, we're talking about, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're waiting for the next one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
you're jumping ahead. You're ready to.
That's
Two.
okay.
He's
You
ready
can
to
say that.
leave.
Mr. Arredondo?
I'm going to make a motion that the board approve the appointments to the School Health Advisory Council as presented by staff.
I just have a question. I'm not sure which the recommended set of appointments are, if they are the ones at the top of the page or the ones at the bottom of the page. Sorry?
They're the ones at the top of the page.
There's a person that's not on there that's listed later then. Is that intentional?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was left off, that should also be at the top.
Okay, then I will second the motion with the inclusion of all of the recommended persons for 2021 and 2023 term.
Any discussion, question? All in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. Consider action regarding architect. Now, Mr. Sandoval.
So I'll just give you the background. You probably can read the legal authority on behind this action item, but on February 26th, the Administration and School Board Subcommittee for Central Office issued an RFP and accepted competitive sealed proposals for the architect engineering services. A committee independently evaluated and ranked the 17 proposals that were received. The most highly qualified architectural firm was Stantec Architectural Incorporated, based on several factors, including the quality and size of type of projects and recommendations from previous clients, qualifications of key professionals assigned to the project, and demonstrated capability to provide professional services for facilities assessment study, long-range plans, and possible design. So it's our recommendation that the board award a contract for architectural services to the most highly qualified architectural firm and authorize the administration to begin negotiations with that firm on a fair and reasonable price.
I move that we approve.
I second that motion.
I have a question. So will this replace our,
Can we have the question after we?
oh, sorry.
The motion has been made by Ms. Hanson, seconded by Ms. Villalpando. Any discussion or questions?
So I'm confused because I thought we already had an architectural firm.
So we had one for the current bond project. The subcommittee, we decided to take this out for bid specifically for central office. Everybody, we sent the RFQ, actually it was a RFQ for qualifications, and everybody could respond, including the current architectural firm that is on the bond project. And we had a committee evaluate them all, and Stantec was the highest.
Okay, and so is that the current architectural committee that's on the bond project, are they not like our architectural committee of record, or they're just specific to the bond?
The way is my understanding, they're specific to the bond, and they'll continue to be on the bond project and any associated work that we do with bond funds.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Entertain a motion?
We already did.
We have a motion. That's right, motion. We had the discussion, okay. I'm sorry, I'm
That's
getting
okay.
tired here.
Me too.
It's all right. All in favor, raise your hand, please. 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm going to abstain.
Oppose or abstain?
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining, we have 1 abstention. Dr. Sami abstains. Sorry, y'all. Consider approval of contract between Star Autism Support and San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to execute the contract.
So these next 2 items are issues with, not issues, but items that deal specifically with purchases over $50,000 and needing board approval. And this one was Star Autism Support partners with SMCISD to write and submit a grant proposal to the TEA. San Marcos was awarded grant funding to support and implement the proposal to serve students with autism and other development disabilities, pre-K through elementary, by providing sustainable local resources, coaching and training sites, and curriculum to assist with implementation of evidence-based practices. We propose that the board approve the contract with Star Autism Support and authorize the superintendent to execute the contract.
I move that we approve.
Second?
I hear a motion from Ms. Hanson to approve this motion.
Second.
Second from Dr. Sami. All in, any conversation, discussion, questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0, 0 opposed. Consider approval of contract between Trinity Educational Services and the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to execute the contract.
Same here, legal authority. It's a purchase over $50,000. It needs to be approved by the school board. SMCISD selects Trinity Educational Services to provide qualified personnel to complete special education services and evaluations. ESC Region 20 Special Education Fiscal Support Program provides additional funding for eligible LEAs to secure evaluation staff, related services personnel, and/or special education teachers to fill short-term needs in the area of initial evaluations, compensatory services, and extended school year services. We propose that the board approve the contract with Trinity Educational Services and authorize the superintendent to execute the contract.
I move that we approve.
I'll second that motion. I have a motion from Ms. Hanson and a second from Ms. Villapando. Any conversation, any questions, discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 7, 0, 0 opposed. Consider approval of contracts for non-administrative professional personnel for the 2021 to 2022 school year.
This would have been Dr. Bias, but y'all sent her home, so we're covering for her.
Yes, we send her home.
So typically, we have teachers that start later in the year, October, November, December, January, and so this is for them. They've gone through their appraisal system, and they're all in good standing. It's just an item for y'all's approval.
I move that we approve.
I second.
2 seconds.
You can give it.
Ms. Hanson moves to approve, and Ms. Villapando seconds. All in.
It was
Oh, I'm
Mejia.
sorry, Ms. Mejia. I just heard the word come over.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Ms. Mejia seconds. All in favor? 7, opposed 0. consider approval of the budget amendments.
Yes,
You're on,
ma'am.
Dr.
On
Barton.
Page 85, we bring you one budget amendment this month. It is the second installment of insurance money to complete the repairs from the winter storm. We've received the money from TASB. We're asking to move it into an account where we can pay the bill.
Good.
I move that we so move the money to pay the bill.
I'll second. Dr. Sami's made the motion, second from Ms. Villalpando. All in favor? 7, opposed, 0.
I move that we adjourn.
Motion by Ms. Hanson to adjourn, second by Mr. Mr. Arredondo. I'm tired, y'all. Too many Arredondo. All in favor, please raise your hand. Did you vote, Mr. Arredondo? 7?
I'm going to
Okay.
again, so you can take your longer.
No, please.
I'm calling you when I get up in the morning.